Is fat bastard? Who's in charge of that?
What would you put on there?
The rich tradition of the Scots, and we've got fat bastard farting? It's not really becoming of the Open Championship.
No, but it's becoming of our show.
That's true. I guess, yeah. Just saying. You know, I lived in Scotland. I love my Scots. I just felt it a little, it's a little unbecoming.
Well, like I said,
the Scots.
Answer the question. What would you put on there?
Sean Connery. Where's Sean Connery, huh?
Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Who is the most famous?
The famous?
Who is the famousest Scot?
William Wallace, right?
By the way, Will Ortner in today. Hi, Will.
What's up?
The fans' most lovable
Fun fact, by the way,
guy.
William Wallace isn't even the most famous hero from Braveheart.
Oh.
Like in the movie, they make William Wallace out to be the big deal, but Robert the Bruce in Scotland is a bigger deal.
Ooh, Bob the Bruce.
Yeah, well, in the movie, Robert the Bruce betrays William Wallace. Well, that didn't happen. William Wallace was a great freedom fighter, and Braveheart brought him to prominence, but Robert the Bruce is actually the guy that led Scotland to freedom. So in Scotland, unlike the movie, Robert the Bruce, greater than William Wallace.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list of the top 100 most famous Scottish people.
Mhm.
Robert the Bruce is number 1.
Yeah. Well,
and
again,
William Wallace is number 5.
Yeah. So Robert the Bruce would be like it's George Washington, I suppose, right? I was going to say, who led us to freedom? It would be Washington. So he's their George
Now,
Washington.
How far past William Wallace do you believe I will have to go before I recognize a name?
Oh, well, you're going to get Mary,
Oh.
Queen of Scots, right? You would know
I
her.
don't see her yet.
No?
Mm-mm. I do see 2 names that I know, and I'm on number 13.
Well, are we going...
15 is Andy Murray. He's Scottish?
Yeah.
I thought he was from...
Well, he's from Great Britain, but I believe he is
Oh.
of Scottish fame.
I thought he was English.
I don't think so.
We just talked about this the other day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, but we were wrong then, because we were talking about him as like the most famous athlete from England.
Were we doing Brit? Or,
Yes, we were doing English athletes.
Oh. Well, and he may be one of those guys that claims dual. Maybe his parents are from Scotland, but he was born and raised in England. It does get a little weird over there because you obviously have people that are from England or from Scotland or Wales, and then you have people that are just from the UK, and then a lot of times the Scottish and the
there's a lot there.
It can get a bit confusing.
Sean Connery, number 20
Connery, number 20, huh?
on the list. Yeah,
That's a little surprising. So are we going with like the Mary Queen of Scots, Rob Roy, things like that as like 1 through, like, because those are like the heroes of the Scottish
All
past.
right. Well, now I'm down on 30, and I know none of these guys. Okay, so let's go back. Robert the Bruce is number 1.
Yes.
Followed by Alexander Fleming. He's a biologist and a botanist who discovered penicillin.
That would be a big deal. I also believe because I'm just going back to when I went through like the Scottish museums, I believe Old Telephone Boy.
Yeah.
Alexander Graham Bell would also be Scottish.
He is 7th. Number 3 is
getting in 7, huh?
Number 3 is John Logie Baird, and he was an engineer and inventor who demonstrated the first televised moving objects and later color TV.
Can't say I knew that.
David Hume is 4th. He was an economist, diplomat, and influential Enlightenment philosopher. That's like me.
Clearly.
He promoted a radical philosophical empiricism. That's pretty vague.
Not familiar with him.
William Wallace 5. Alex Salmond is 6th. He's leader of the Scottish National Party. He was instrumental in the growth of the SNP during the 80s, 90s, and 2000s.
Sure.
So he's one of the more recent. Then you have Alexander Graham Bell. And the only other name that I recognize here is number 13, and that is the great J.K. Rowling.
Yes!
And we all know her.
Well, now lately you got what? Ewan McGregor is Scottish.
So she was born in England but moved to Scotland.
Moved to Scotland.
And she wrote Harry Potter.
Yeah. And now everyone hates her because, some people hate her. She said some controversial things, so everyone was like, boo.
So there you go.
All right, well, there's my Scots.
So you would put on there.
Well, I just found the fat bastard thing a little, like, we're doing Mike.
A little cliche.
Well, we're doing Mike Meyer, and Mike Meyer's family is Scottish. Like, he's doing, like, an impression of his dad, haha. But I felt it a little disrespectful. As a man that loves the Scots And one of my favorite places that I've ever lived, might be the second favorite place I've ever lived.
Besides what? Vancouver, Washington?
Well, besides here, I love the Pacific Northwest.
Oh.
It's a great place to be from. Big fan. But Scotland was amazing.
What if
Like if you could, if all things were equal and I had to move somewhere else and job and all that stuff, I could easily go back to Scotland and live there. Scotland and Ireland are amazing places.
What if there is a radio show over there
Mhm.
in Scotland,
Yeah.
and they're like you and I, and they play a bunch of farts and stuff,
Yeah.
but they're Scottish,
Mm-hmm.
and for the U.S. Open,
Yeah.
they do promos
Mm.
like we do for the Open Championship.
See, like if they were doing like guns, truck, beer, flags, yeah. I
Well,
think
no,
we'd
who
be
would-
a little like
But who would be the cliche
Kid
character?
Rock probably, or Trump, one of the two. I mean, that's very, very.
So they use Fat Bastard,
Uh-huh.
or I mean, we use
use
Fat Bastard, and they use.
They would use like Kid Rock or Duck Dynasty moron. Yeah, be something like that. It'd be someone with a Southern accent, and they'd be doing that. It'd be something about guns and maybe Jesus or something, and then we'd be like, that's ridiculous. But we do it to the Scots, and we're like, Fat Bastard. I'm just saying, Fat Bastard should not be the representative when we think of Royal Troon and the British Open.
The text line is claiming it's somebody else. It's not Fat Bastard.
What?
That
what
is
The
literally
text
that's
line?
Fat Bastard, the guy who's saying your own brand.
I don't know, dude. There's a bunch of texts coming in saying it's Charlie's dad from So I Married an Axe Murderer.
You're a
I don't know what
moron.
to tell you.
When he's talking about smelling your own brand, that's Fat Bastard who farts.
I wasn't listening.
Well, that's Fat
I
Bastard.
don't know.
Now, Charlie's dad from So I Married an Axe Murderer, I think, is in there too, because Mike Myers does the Scottish thing. But I promise you, the guy that's farting in there and talking about smelling his own brand, that's not Charlie's dad from So I Married an Axe
You
Murderer.
promise?
Yes, that's Fat Bastard.
Okay.
Because I Married an Axe Murderer, his dad in that movie, that is fantastic. That's good times.
I'm now on
That's
a.
the head move now.
I'm on a. I'm in a Google Vortex now. I'm trying to come up with the most stereotypical American characters in pop culture.
I like where you're going with that.
Because I don't think it's Kid Rock. I don't think it's Trump. Although Trump's probably going to be pretty.
Pretty
He would
good.
be up there.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like I'm missing somebody. Like a famous American. Like is it like somebody like Rocky or
That's pretty good. Like
somebody
a Hulk,
from the
like a
movie?
Hulk Hogan
yeah,
sort of thing.
something like that.
Well, I'll see if I can find this and send it to you. The greatest Scotland clip of all time is it's a news clip, and it's made its way around the internet. It's a kid, and he's like maybe in his 20s, and he's talking about how he's at a bar, and he's looking at a guy, and now they're getting ready to fight just by looking at each other. And then he's like, wait a minute. I'm looking at him, he's looking at me, and I'm thinking, are you my dad? And then they have a moment where they think they're father and son. And then they talk it out and they find out they're not father and son. So he goes, I headbutted him and I walked away. And I was like, God bless Scott. That's the sort of thing that just, there's something about the Scottish experience when you go to a bar that's amazing. Where you just, I don't know, just the weird, they just kind of the weird, surly blue collar nature of it is just wonderful. It's such a great clip. And then it turns out, no, he wasn't my dad or anything. So I just headbutted him and I got out of there.
Don't you think maybe a cowboy would be
Yeah, I could see that.
like who's the most stereotypical American cowboy?
John Wayne.
John Wayne.
Yeah. You'd have a howdy, partner.
Right.
Yeah, you do something like that.
Yeah, that's probably the closest to Fat Bastard.
Yeah, you'd have that. You'd have someone saying it was a good one. Sean Penn from Fast Times doing a Spicoli if you wanted to be the stoner Californian.
Yeah, there you go.
Or you wanted to do, John Wayne. But we're a little harder because
What about like Yellowstone? Is Yellowstone big over there?
I don't know if it's big, but yeah, a Dutton thing. Well, we're diverse. So America, you can get a lot of dumb stereotypes, whereas the other countries, you kind of focus in on one. We're just so broad. But when we went over there, when I was living in Scotland, the guy that I bummed around with, his name was Kenny. And he played at the University of Arkansas and then with the Vikings. And he's from Bentonville, Arkansas. And Kenny got himself a draw kind of like this. And he talked real slow and real Southern. And the Scots talked very fast. So Kenny was always having to ask them to repeat themselves many, many times over. And I hate to do it, but And Kenny was a really, really big guy, but he was a very sweet, gentle man. And they all thought Kenny was special.
Oh.
There's one time we were at this bar and someone pulled me aside and they were talking how neat it was that American football allowed challenged people to play. They really thought that we were taking large mentally challenged people and then we were putting them out on the football field.
Dude, if someone who is challenged in one way or another could play football really well at a high level, believe me, they'd be playing.
We'd run them out there.
They'd get a hell of a contract.
Yeah.
People don't care.
Multiple people thought that there was something, just because he was just, everything he did was very slow and deliberate and he could never understand them, and just the way he talked, that used to crack me up every time it happened.
I have the
very much cultural differences. Speaking the same language, very, very different though.
I have the 5 types of Americans portrayed on British television.
Mm-hmm.
Now they are looking past the monolithic trope that is the American idiot.
Sure.
Okay, that would be your Spicoli.
Yeah.
Although the first on the list here is the Valley Girl.
Well, that's just the female version of Spicoli.
Yeah.
So
but that's a big one. The cowboy is on here.
Yeah.
The new money.
New money.
Yeah, because, we're young over here.
Okay.
Comparatively.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. Well, I mean, so it's like, I guess new money is anything within like 100 years. So like some family that made their money in like 1840, they're like, new money. Because theirs goes back a wee bit further than ours.
And then they have the operative.
The operative. Like a spy?
Yeah, like it says they may not be the main villain, but they're the player. They are players in the game, if not as members of the actual CIA covert ops. The American operative is often threatening, but not always frightening.
Interesting. I wouldn't have necessarily gotten that one.
So there you go.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, we all have stereotypes.
I missed one. The playboy / playgirl.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, I found that I was in Scotland obviously years and years ago, but I try to travel a bunch. I like going to see different cultures. And the 2 things that I always get about the United States, no matter where I go, is everyone's rich.
Yeah.
And everyone has guns. Those are the 2.
We're all rich, right, Will?
We're all rich.
Yeah, dude, I just put in a moat.
Well, to a lot of those people,
Will is rich.
Yeah. And they don't necessarily understand that our cost of living is significantly more.
Oh, yeah.
So they think that everyone's loaded because everything they see is Instagram. So they just see everyone's big SUVs. And by the way, driving an SUV in a lot of those places is the definition of being rich, because everyone over there drives little tiny fuel efficient cars. Gas is, $14 a gallon, even though it's in liters. And then the guns thing. Everyone literally thinks that no matter where you go, like everyone's got a gun strapped to their leg. And you can get,
you can get shot anywhere.
And you can get shot anywhere.
But not everyone has a gun.
Yes. Yeah.
I know I don't.
And so having to explain to them that it's not like, they're like, wow, are you worried every time you go on the street? You're like, no, it's like you can go out to bars, you walk around and like you won't get shot. And then I'm like, well, I mean, for the most part, you're not going to get shot. But yeah, they just think it's like the OK Corral, because we very much project. When you're the only one in the world that does something, it's odd. And we are the only ones that,
Well, I can totally see where that comes from, but yet living here, I don't feel in danger.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Which
is probably weird to them.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, because to them, it seems like it's the most terrifying thing in the world, walking around knowing that. And by the way, what happened over the weekend ain't going to help our public perception. It's just kind of, that's our stereotype. And you know what? Stereotypes can be bad, but also stereotypes can be earned. And let's be honest, we earned that. That one's on us.
Vancouver Fort text line just got back from Portugal beers with €3. I felt rich.
Yeah. There's an element to that.
Yeah, I was talking to, we've got some friends in town. They live in Philly, but they used to live in New Hampshire, and they said there's a lot of people from overseas, like Europe and in upper part of the U.S. over there, way over there. And they said that a lot of them, they come over because, the whole American dream thing, upward mobility in a company. Like, you go over there and you work, and there's not as much room for advancement.
No.
Here, they come over here. It's like, it's going to be great. We have everything we have over there, and then we have upward mobility and the American dream and the whole thing. But what they don't understand about living here are costs of
Yeah.
like healthcare, child care.
A lot of places, your basic needs are covered, but your salary kind of stays flat. So
it's busy.
Yeah.
You know,
Well-
you could get shot on any corner.
when we were in,
So you have it's a trade off.
yeah, when we were in St. Lucia, a little bit ago, like that's not that far, you know, from Florida. So a lot of the people, everyone that we met had been to if they'd been to the United States, they'd been to two places. They flew to Florida, they flew to Miami, or they flew to New York. That's it. Those are the two places. And no one tried going to New York. New York was just like a vacation, and New York was just overwhelming. But we met a lot of people that thought Florida, they immigrated to Florida, and they all moved back. Because there you can make, most people there either, you know, drive a cab or do something in the tourism industry, and you don't make a lot of money, but you live. And what they found was going to Florida, they were making all this money and they were worse off than they were when they were back on the island.
Yeah.
So we ran into so many people that were like, I was in Florida for a year or 2 years and my life was way worse. And so, and I couldn't afford to go anywhere else in the United States. So I just came back to the island, and it's simpler. And, you know, it was weird that sometimes that dream of coming to the U.S., at least for them, ended up kind of being a dead end for a lot of those people.
Well, Florida, it's probably unfair, but I feel like everyone there is a crook.
You land in Miami and that's all you know of the United States.
Well, Florida is it just feels like everyone there is trying to rip you off. I don't know what it is about Florida. It's just a very untrustworthy place.
Well, I was trying to explain to them, like, if all you know is Florida, try explaining to someone that's been on an island, you can drive around the whole island in 2 hours, and then try to explain to them the size of the United States and where I'm from.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
The rest of the U.S.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't equate. And then, like, where you born? I was like, Alaska, and that's a whole other, you know.
Alaska.
Yeah, you might as well be from the north, you know, from the
What's
North
that?
Pole. Yeah, it's a whole thing. So,
Tell them there's snow there.
but it's interesting to, like, that's one of the great parts about traveling is you get to see the different perceptions of how people view us versus how we view, you know.
Well,
other people.
apparently whoever does our promos views Scotland through the eyes of fat bastard.
Yeah, and I thought it was a little cheap, to be honest with you.
And Suk didn't like it.
It's probably Swag, and now he's going to be all pissy and be like.
It's either Swag or Buckley.
I'm waiting for Swag to send.
It's not Buckley.
It's not. Yeah, so,
So
it's
it's
Swag.
Swagger.
I'm waiting for Swag to send me the email that's going to say, "Well, then you do it." You know that's coming.
Yeah, why don't you do it,
Yeah, that's
bitch?
that's coming.
You gonna do it?
No, but I'll make the suggestion on some Scots that we can use besides Fat Bastard.
Well, it's a big Tuesday show.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know that. It's All-Star Game Night.
Yes, the Skeener.
I would say I'm excited, but I'm not.
You know,
Never
like
am.
No, I like the All-Star game.
I lie. It's fine. But it's
Okay.
you know whatever.
Yeah.
It's usually what 3-2 or something. It's like the same game every year. I think.
I wish that they would keep the starters in for longer because by the time, no offense to baseball, but you have a star problem and that a lot of the guys that are there, and I think there's like 32 new timers. So when the game does get interesting, all the guys that are household names, the Bryce Harpers, the Aaron Judges of the world skiing, they're all gone. And you end up with a bunch of dudes that most of the country haven't heard of. You're like, who the hell is this guy? It would be more interesting if the also ran started the All-Star game and then we put the big boys in from like the 5th on. So when we got down to the end, imagine if the final at bat, you know, a World Baseball Classic, you know, sort of scenario was Skeens in the 9th versus Aaron Judge.
Ooh.
Now we're talking. Now we got Ohtani. Now we got Trout. World Baseball Classic. Let's go. But that won't be the case. You could have Munez in there. And, you know, for anyone that's not from Seattle, like, who the hell is this guy? He's only in there because Gilbert's not going to pitch. And then he's going to be throwing to, I don't know, someone from the Cincinnati Reds that you've never heard of. And you're like, okay.
Well, I'll watch. Well, of course, I'll be doing a radio show too.
Well,
But
the game's at 5. It'll still be going on when we're done.
again,
Look at you.
I'll tune it. I may bet the under just to have some action.
There you go.
13-4 unders the last 17 All-Star games.
Should have bet on Mariner Great, Teoscar Hernandez.
Yeah, I mean, home run derby, that's a crapshoot. Although I thought Bobby Witt probably should have won it. I think his pitcher effed him.
He needed a few more push-ups there at the end. He had that warning track power. Needed just one more oof.
Yeah, he had a picture that was kind of all over the place, but he did great considering. All right, let's go. You ready to go?
Let's go.
Ortner's here. I don't know where Buck is. I think he's home babysitting his stupid kids.
Yeah, his wife's out of town allegedly, which means Buck, I don't know.
Whatever.
He's got daycare issues.
When was the last time the Georgia football coach was jealous of Oregon?
Boy, I'm going to say never.
Complete with audio. 320 on the Fan. Right over there, we got Will Ortner.
Right.
Thank God. Got rid of Buck finally.
Mm-hmm. Buck's at home on, quote, kid duty.
What do you suppose he's doing right now?
Laying around in his underwear, probably with his kid in his underwear.
Do you think he's playing college football video game?
Well, that's a good chance. I don't know if he bought it yet, but either that or he's going over gambling lines for the Open.
He's placing all-star game bets.
Well, let me just, I got to say this. And I'm saying it to Dirt. I'm saying it to Buck. I'm saying it to everyone out there.
Here we go.
Can we please get over this parenthood is the hardest thing in the world? It's an effing scam, all right? I get it. It's challenging. Guess who's raised kids? Everybody, forever. It's not the hardest thing in the world, all right? I raised 3 kids. I had a sick wife. I did it, a lot of it on my own. And then after she passed, I did it all on my own. Was it hard? Yeah, but you make it harder than it has to be. Kids aren't these like things that need 24/7 helicopter attention. It's just not. So this idea of like, they do the hardest job ever, being a parent. No, that is not the hardest job ever. It is not. So just, I'm saying that once and for all. I'm tired of people trying to use the parenting excuse for why they can't do anything else.
Well, who is using that? Who's doing
Everybody.
that? So you
It gets
said
thrown
Dirt.
out all the time.
So you're calling out Dirt and Buckley?
No, it's just like people, it's actually not Dirt. Dirt is actually pretty honest about it, but people are always like, do you have time can you find time to play a video game? It's 24 hours in a day. I'm sure Dirt can squeeze in a half hour to play EA football from time to time. We act like being a parent literally is a 24/7 responsibility. Yeah, you may be on 24/7, but a lot of that's like being on NORAD missile watch. Yeah, you're on the job. There's not missiles coming in at any given moment. All right? So we just need to kind of, I know it's like an unpopular thing to say because everyone loves to bow up about being a parent. You know, it's just, you were a parent. You were a step parent. Was it the hardest thing you've ever done?
Well, Jason, I will tell you, I was a great one. To also pat myself on the back. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it's more that kids, they're just time consuming, particularly if you have a couple of them or a gaggle of them.
Sure.
But I've never been one to, there's 2 things I don't, I'll just go ahead and piggyback off of your gripes. Okay. So you don't like it when someone says that parenting is hard.
It's the hardest thing you've ever done.
I mean, I don't think it's easy, but I see where you're coming from. More so for me is the I'm tired.
Yes.
I cannot stand it when people tell me they're tired.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care that you're tired.
Yeah. A lot of people are tired.
Yeah, everybody's tired.
Yeah.
And if you're not tired, and it's important to you to not be tired, rectify it.
Yeah, there's some dude out there right now working like a 16-hour
just
day
hate that.
to make ends meet.
Oh.
That dude's more tired than I ever was
I'm so
when I
tired.
was like putting DVDs in for my kids or putting my son in his little swingamajig and like dangling something in front of him so that he would stop crying for a bit.
I'm just so tired. Oh, shut up.
Yeah, I
And
don't,
the other one,
I don't know how I do it.
the other one for me is it's a kind of a little pet peeve. It's the idea that I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
You do. You just don't prioritize it.
Thank
I
you.
mean, if you so I get it. Kids are time consuming, and that probably means not a lot of golf if you want to be a good dad. That
Yes.
makes total sense. But if you're saying, like you were saying maybe yesterday, or maybe it was somebody else that was saying, it's not that hard to squeeze in 30 minutes for a college football video game. Now, it's not my thing, but if somebody really wants to do it, in between, 2
Pretty easy.
S-Ed kids,
Yeah.
you can do it. You just have to prioritize it, much
Yeah.
like you prioritize, I don't know, having that cocktail at night or getting
Thank
up early and going to the gym. It's what matters to you. So this idea that you don't have time for something, I've just never liked that. You do. There's time in the day. It's
Thank
all
you.
about how you allocate that time and
Thank
what
you.
matters to you.
Thank you. And
So if it matters to you, make time for it.
And to this clown, Vancouver Ford text line, it's amazing how good Suk is at everything. Now he's a super dad.
Yeah.
This is my point.
In your face.
I'm not a super dad. That's my thing, is that if I can do it, trust me, I'm average at best at almost everything I do. The difference is I'm not trying to make myself out to be some sort of martyr because I had to raise kids. I'm so with you on the I'm too busy or I'm too tired. Oh, Schwarzenegger has a great motivational talk about that, about being tired, where he does this one where he's like, people tell me all the time, like, I need my 8 hours sleep. And Schwarzenegger goes, just sleep faster. You don't need 8 hours. Get up and get it done. We all have the same 24 hours in the day. And there's a guy that accomplished a lot in a very, very short period of time. The guy conquered like 9 different things in his life.
And is made.
Absolutely.
Conquered her, didn't he?
Yeah. And then had a kid.
By the way, no, see, this is where I diverge. I do need my 8 hours. I do think that's important. And guess what I do?
Yeah.
I prioritize it.
Yeah.
I will bag it. I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll crawl into bed right after the show. I'm not even kidding.
There you go. I work in agriculture. It's harvest season right now. There you go. That person right there. The average young person doesn't know what tired is. Thank you. Whoever that guy is on the Vancouver Ford text line, to go be a parent and go tell that guy who's working in the fields, go tell that guy that you're tired because you were watching your kid, who, by the way, some of the kids aren't even mobile yet. It's like, oh, I'm chasing around a 2-year all day. Cool. You know what? Go work in the field for 12 hours a day. Tell me which one is more tired. Go talk to the raging wildfires that are burning. I promise you, nothing I did as a parent was as hard or as tiring as a smoke jumper right now in Eastern Oregon, trying not to get burned to death.
Next time Dan Lanning comes on,
yeah,
I want you to tell him you're tired.
Exactly. See how that goes.
See what he says.
Hey, Dan, you know what?
I'm just a little tired. We're a little tired today.
A little tired. You know, my kids, they're kind of bugging me lately.
Tired is a choice.
Oh, yeah. I think he's got a whole one holstered for being tired.
Well, there's an impromptu seggy.
Sorry.
It's your fault. All your fault.
I got derailed.
The poll question is next, and then we'll get to Kirby Smart Audio. He's talking about Oregon today at SEC Media Day. But first, let's go to Will with SportsCenter.
This
somebody put the pen to paper and has determined that Florida does have the hardest schedule of all time.
Yeah, Billy
this year.
Napier will be fired by like week 7.
Ever.
Yeah.
Dabo Sweeney, critical again, but perhaps this time he has a point.
Hey, look at Dabo for the first time.
And Kirby Smart. Jealous much?
Hey, turns out that Lanny was onto something who said the grass is pretty green in Eugene.
First, the 1080 The Fan daily poll question. It's on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday, we asked you, which of this week's events interests you most? The Open Championship got 40% of the vote, followed by EA College Football 25's release, 33%. Major League Baseball All-Star Festivities, 18%. And only 9% of you said NBA Summer League.
The real answer to that, we already went to Dirt, who is the only guy I know who is truly passionate about every one of those things, and he said EA Sports college football by a mile. So,
well, the listeners voted for the Open, which gets underway tomorrow night.
They're wrong. Dirt had one this morning where he said, if there hadn't been a Open in 14 years, then the Open Championship. But he goes, I get one of those every year. I've been waiting a decade and a half for this.
Today's poll question, it is up there at 1080 The Fan on X. Do you have anything left in your sports feels for All-Star games? Hell yes. Not really, or never had it. Vote hard.
I'd say hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I got some.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's like the most important thing in the world, but I enjoy a good All-Star game.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean anything, but I enjoy them.
Now, the Major League Baseball All-Star game is not linked to home field in the World Series like it used to be, right?
No. They did away with that, which might have been like the worst idea. Like they're constantly trying to make these things relevant. I don't know why they can't just enjoy them for what they are. And if people don't like it, okay. Like they're not going to ever do giant ratings, but they're all solid. They sell out. It's a big deal. But leagues are constantly like, how do we make this thing count? It doesn't count, and it's not going to count.
Well, I think
just move on with it.
I don't know that leagues are trying to say, how do we make these count? I think they're fighting the battle of these games are stupid. How do we make them less stupid? That's really all it is. Like the NFL can't figure it out. They're basically to the point, even the NFL figures everything out.
Yeah, they just quit.
And they're basically to the point where this sucks. We're just not going to do it.
Yeah.
Baseball has the best one by far, the most relevant one by far. But even they are like, well, I mean, what can we do?
Yeah.
And then basketball is in a state of disarray.
They're kind of where the NFL was, where
they're trying so hard, and it's just none of it's working.
No, like I could see the NBA going although the NBA All-Star Weekend is a bigger deal than the Pro Bowl ever was. It's in the middle of the season. It's not the physical nature of the game. Like you would think of all the sports to get someone to care, the NBA would be the easiest to do, but they're where the NFL was a couple years ago, where they are just desperate to do anything to get the players to take it even remotely seriously.
I don't know if this is true, but I feel like the NBA has its own little insular sub-community that the other sports don't have.
Well, the players certainly feel like it's more of a tight-knit community. It's
just this little, you're either in it or you're not. And if you're in it, you love everything NBA, and it's about the swag and the social media and all this. And I do feel like NBA All-Star Weekend brings all of those people together.
100%.
So there's value there for that. But at the same time, trying to get old guys like you and I to care, it's just not happening. It's not working.
No, I haven't watched.
It's not working.
I haven't watched an NBA All-Star game to any degree outside of, like flipping over to something for 3 minutes does not constitute watching.
Well, you're trying though, because I do the same.
Yeah.
I try and I flip over and NBA, I am instantly, and I mean instantly reminded of how crappy that game is, and I turn it right back off.
Yes. I have not watched any chunk of a Pro Bowl or an NBA All-Star game 10 years at least. I always catch part of the MLB game, and I always catch part of the NHL All-Star game. I think those are actually they do a better job than the other two. But that's why I said, to me, the Pro Bowl and the NBA All-Star game have a very similar feel in that it's such bad play because no one's playing any defense. And I get that it lends itself to not play defense. The NFL, no one wants to get hurt, so you can't play a football game and not have it be brutal. Doesn't exist. So that alone, the Pro Bowl will never be relevant. Ever, because the game cannot be played without injury. Doesn't exist. The NBA could, if people just played any semblance of defense. They just don't. And so it becomes the Pro Bowl, where there's no line play, there's no defense, no one's getting hit, no one's doing anything, and it just turns into how many times can you watch a team run down and jack up like a 35-foot three before you don't care anymore? It's just, it's dumb. It's pointless. Whereas baseball is the most like the actual sport. Like, when you watch the All-Star game, pitchers are out there throwing, and, maybe you don't have as aggressive on the base pass or anything, but that's the actual sport. And then in hockey, I just think it's pretty entertaining. They do a lot of different formats, and there's so much skill involved. And even though there's not hitting, I still think it ends up being a very entertaining game, because in a sport where there's not a ton of scoring, you see something that's abnormal. You do get to see a lot of skill and goals.
Do you have anything left in your sports feels for All-Star games? Hell yes, not really, or never had it. Vote on X at 1080 The Fan. When we get back, hear what Kirby Smart said about Oregon today at SEC Media Day. It is 3:43 on The Fan.
Yeah.
is the classic Boogie Nights.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my criminally underrated movies. Love Boogie Nights. It doesn't get its credit because it's about porn but it is a really, really well done movie.
No, not to open a can of worms here because I want to get to Kirby Smart Audio.
Yeah.
But
you're about to open a can of worms.
What song is most synonymous with a certain movie?
Holiday Road's pretty good. I mean, we play it every day, and I can't think of anything but National Lampoons when I hear that.
Chariots of Fire.
Chariots of Fire is good. I know it's not a song, but the Jaws theme. Do scores matter? Because the Jaws theme.
No, I'm talking about songs by groups or artists.
Because the other one is anything John Williams does. I mean, the Imperial March to the opening credits of Star Wars, Superman. I mean, Indiana Jones. Like some of the most recognizable tunes on the planet. But those were made for the movie.
When I hear Dream On, I think of Miracle.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a big enough movie to like. Footloose is another one. I mean,
that movie sucks.
Yeah, Footloose, that's a good one.
Footloose is good. Danger Zone, Top Gun.
You go.
Is probably a phenomenal one for people because that was a giant movie.
Maybe Unchained Melody.
There you go. Unchained Melody is good from Ghost, and then the Time of Your Life. What is the official the I've Had the Time of My Life? Is that the actual name of the song? The Dirty Dancing.
Yes.
I think it's Time of My Life. The last song from Dirty Dancing.
I know what you're talking about.
I mean, they did a whole Crazy Stupid Love did a whole movie based around that song and doing the Dirty Dancing lift. I mean, that's I've Had the Time of My Life. That one may be number one for me.
Stand By Me.
Stand By Me is a good one. Yeah.
All right. Well, now to college football.
And for something completely different.
Yeah, Kirby Smart is the coach at Georgia. Now, last I checked, Georgia and Oregon were both in the top 5 this year, and some have Georgia 1, Oregon 2.
Yeah.
So
both are one
course,
of the few teams that could win the whole thing.
Probably don't need to say this, but just in case somebody out there is, just a casual sportser, Dan Lanning coached under Kirby Smart.
Yes.
He was the defensive coordinator on one of those championship teams.
They know each other well.
So Kirby was out at SEC Media Day with his old ill-fitting suit. And
yeah, can we just get like God, you make like $12 million a year. Can you get a tailor?
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
No, it's true.
And he probably doesn't. Well, how often do you think Kirby Smart wears a suit? Because I don't think it's as much as you would think.
Probably not, but things like this, or I'm sure it's some booster, and
he probably didn't even need to wear a suit to this.
Probably not,
but he did, and it looked like he hadn't bought a suit in 20 years. But that's okay.
Yeah,
priorities.
Sure.
So Curbs was out there and took a little shot at Oregon.
I don't know if it was necessarily a shot. I think it was more of I think like Saban did this when he was talking about A&M. I think Kirby, it's a little shot at Oregon, but I think more it's a shot at his boosters.
This year we took Nike, who I've had the great pleasure of meeting Phil Knight and his wonderful wife Penny, and I wish I could get some of that NIL money that he's sharing with Dan Lanning, but that's another note.
You lost me there in the beginning. You said my NIL what?
The joke about Nike and Dan Lanning.
About Dan Lanning having the treasure chest to open up and get whatever he wants. Yeah, but what was your question?
So there you go, short and sweet, but a couple references to Dan Lanning's treasure chest there.
There's no way to confirm this because there's a list that tracks these that has Oregon at 19, which is absurd.
Yeah, but when Kirby Smart's saying it,
yes.
Come on, man.
So I mean, we have someone that's very tied into the recruiting world. I've tried to talk to people to kind of get an idea of this. The worst that I've heard about Oregon's NIL is the following. Oregon has never lost a kid because of NIL money. And that is the lowest bar. And then the other is Oregon will outspend everybody. And then, of course, Rick Neuheisel came out and said that there's an unlimited amount of funds. Unlimited is I mean, it's somewhat misleading because Oregon's not giving every kid $10 million, But while most places have a cap, and year to year they're having to raise a certain amount of money, Oregon is running their, I think is it Division Street, I think is their NIL collective. They're running it more like a sustainable business that keeps generating money every year. And there isn't a budget. Oregon has whatever they need to go after a player. Hence, they will never get outspent on a kid. Now, that doesn't mean that you can buy every kid. In fact, the receiver that just committed,
God, talking about Moore from Duncanville?
Yeah, the wide receiver, the 5-star receiver. You can take it for what it's worth, but his mom said that Texas offered them more money, and that's not the only reason that they came here. I guarantee that Oregon was very much in the ballpark on that. So, yes, NIL is something that has absolutely leveled the playing field for Oregon, and they will not be outspent. And yes, they are probably offering significantly more than probably 99% of the schools out there, but it's not the only reason. Otherwise, A&M would also have a phenomenal recruiting class every single year. And so I think it's a little cheap to say that the only reason they're having this recruiting success is because of NIL. They have hammer recruiters, and they have a lot of flash and sizzle because of Nike, and then it's backed by essentially an unlimited war chest. You put all of those things together, you've got a juggernaut. And we all know that years ago, 20 plus years ago, Phil got together in a room and asked everyone affiliated with Oregon, what do I have to do to make this a championship level program? And that started what we now know is this modern run of Oregon football. And if you don't think at 86, 87 years old, that dude ain't shifting it into high gears to win one before he goes, you're fooling yourself. But you're also doing a disservice if you think that's the only reason Oregon's successful.
Well, when the Georgia coach is commenting on it, it's clearly a thing.
Yes.
Which I think is great.
Yeah.
But also, they are buddy. Dan Lanning and Kirby Smart.
Yes, so there's probably a little
jabbing going on there. Because remember, Kirby Smart was the one who said after Georgia beat the crap out of them in Lanning's first game, he said, we just have better players.
Yeah, and he said, give it time. And, you don't think that when Kirby hears about the resources that Lanning had, you don't think when they run into each other that he doesn't poke him in the ribs a little bit? Of course he does.
Well, I do think it's, and I don't know the ins and outs of it in terms of the dollar figures, but come on. I mean, I think it's one thing if it's the Oregon State coach saying that. You're the coach at Georgia, dude. You've won 2 titles. 2? 3. 2.
2.
You've won 2 titles.
He went back-to-back and then lost the opportunity to go for 3.
You're a big boy in the SEC. You've got everything you need to dominate in college football. So it's a little... coming from him, it's like, dude, shut up.
Yep.
Come on, man.
Well, and for years, the SEC and the programs like Georgia and Alabama, they had a giant advantage on everyone else, from facilities to booster money to the ability to play dirty, all of those things, recruiting grounds. I never once heard anyone from the SEC being like, we may be great, but we have a lot of advantages that someone else doesn't have. And now all of a sudden, for the first time, maybe ever, there's a little school out west that has an advantage. Let's be honest. Nike and Phil give Oregon an advantage over every other school in the country. It doesn't mean that advantage is greater than the advantage of having fertile recruiting grounds in the SEC and the Georgia brand and all that. But for the first time, Oregon has something that Georgia and Bama don't. And I love the fact now, after 100 years of being in the catbird seat, someone has one advantage of you, and all of a sudden it's like, well, I don't like this. I don't like this.
Well, Saban was the king of that.
Yes.
Anytime he saw something that was shifting things away out of his favor, he would always comment on it and be like, well, I don't like that.
Yeah, the spread offense and all this. And so this all it's a big eye roll for me. But there is truth in that for the first time, and it's kind of crazy to think about it. For the first time, there is a school on the West Coast, and it's not named USC. It's not UW that have a leg up on the rest of the competition.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This is going to become a thing if Oregon wins a bunch of games.
God, yeah.
And just remember that it is an absurd notion that Oregon bought and didn't build a football winner.
Yeah.
That is an absurd notion.
Yes.
And you're going to hear that. If Oregon starts winning or, God forbid, wins a title or, over the next 5 years, they just really, really, really good, even better than they have been. We can't fall into the trap of they just bought this and didn't build it, because if you say that, that is the most short-sighted thing ever. You have not been paying attention to the last 30 years of that program.
Mm-hmm. Well, and can I also ask, Alabama, who's won, how many did Bear win? Did Bear win
6?
6? Saban's got 6 or 7 on his own. So however many national titles Alabama has, and there's a lot. Can we say that they bought it? Because they just had more resources. They built a 90,000 seat stadium. They paid for players. They were just, they had a passionate fan base, and they had all of their resources that they had that very few schools had, and they dumped it into their program. Oregon now has a bunch of resources they're dumping into a program. So I don't understand how you can say Auburn bought their national title with Cam Newton, literally bought him. And we know how much they paid for him. It's like, if you think that Alabama and Georgia just had all these players come to those schools out of the goodness of their heart, I don't know what to tell you other than I've got some oceanfront property in the middle of Kansas that I'd love to sell you. It's just that now that it's on the up and up, and that you've got someone that's got more resources than you, because you've got a guy that's worth billions that wants to see his team win. I don't know. I think it's very... The hypocrisy knows no bounds when you're talking about, quote, buying a national championship. And by the way, they still haven't won anything.
Up next, Dabo Sweeney is wary of the expanded college football playoff, and we'll tell you why. Next on The Fan. who is doing one of the hardest jobs in the world, home raising 2 children.
That's right. Sure, he's got one in front of a DVD player and the other one in a crib.
So, Dabo Sweeney, we're talking some college football.
Yeah, it's
Collegiate football. Let's
They're
go.
fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins.
Not that far off, I guess.
No.
You know?
Yeah.
What, 6 weeks, maybe?
Yeah, right around the corner.
I don't think that's right around the corner, but
Well, end of August.
it's not
I mean,
that far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we do get games in
When's
August.
around the corner? I define around the corner, couple weeks.
Yeah, we're not at a couple weeks. We're not there yet. But, you know, we had SEC Media Days. We've had the Big 12 Media Days. Big 10 Media Days are
Next
coming
week.
up next week. So,
Next big swag's going.
yeah,
Did you know that?
I did. I was wondering, like, what they were going to do if they were sending the show, but they're just sending swag.
Yeah, and swag's just gonna put headsets on peeps.
Yeah, and just let's
Where
go.
are they, Indy or something? Indianapolis?
Yes, I believe they are in Indianapolis.
So we may get some people for our show.
It's peeps.
Yeah, but hopefully not some random wide receiver from Michigan or something.
Oh, I'll take the wide receiver from Michigan. I don't want the random wide receiver from Indiana or the left tackle.
Isn't
from,
it the same? That's
from
the same
Maryland?
thing.
No, it's not. It's the difference between Indiana and Maryland
Yeah.
and Michigan.
I think it kind of is the same thing. I don't care about any of them.
Yeah, it's a valid point.
I would like to interview Ryan Day though.
Yeah, me too. Can we ask him about his weird dyed beard?
See if he thinks being sick is a choice.
I'll bet you he does.
Compare him to Dan Lanning.
Bet you a lot of coaches think that way.
Dabo is back. I don't know what he's doing. I guess ACC Media Day is going on. I don't know.
I don't know when there's is that going on right now?
I just said I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta look it up.
Why are you asking me that?
Yes, it does. It does appear that one day ago the ACC Media Days did kick off.
Well, no one seems to care.
No, because it's the ACC. So,
Right.
Yeah.
But Dabo did make some headlines with some commentary, and I want to read that to you.
Hmm.
I don't have the audio of it. But he said he anticipates the shift to an expanded playoff could lead to frequent in-season opt-outs from players or teams sitting their stars if a playoff berth is already locked up. He says, quote, "You'll probably see some guys, if you're 4-4 and out of the playoffs, will probably head off to Arizona and train for the NFL. You'll see some situations like the NFL where if the Ravens are in the playoffs and have it locked up with one more game that really means nothing, do you play Lamar Jackson in that game?" He says, maybe you're 11-0 and have a rivalry game, but you have your biggest foe the next week in a conference championship game, and if you win that game, you're going to get to the playoff and you're going to get a bye. Those are the things that you'll see play out all through college football.
Yeah, for once, I actually agree with him.
He has
So-
a point here.
Absolutely, he does. But I don't understand why this is such an awful thing for college football. This exists in every other sport. And so coming to college football, people are like, oh, it's going to ruin college football. Well, it doesn't ruin the NBA. It doesn't ruin the NFL. It doesn't ruin Major League Baseball. Why does it ruin college football?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's good for college football. I don't think it would ruin it. I don't think it's good when star players just start leaving. I mean, that's not a good thing for bowl games, as we've noted. But the retort to his comment there is that would players really opt out when they have so much money that they would be leaving on the table? Right? Like, you know, the best play. He's talking about the best players.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's say you're who's a fringe playoff team this year? Maybe like Tennessee or something. Everybody thinks Tennessee's pretty good.
Sure.
But let's say Tennessee gets off to a bad start and their star quarterback gets hurt, and then now their star linebacker, who's like a first-round pick in the NFL, he's like, well, maybe I'll. To Dabo's point is, he's going to say, we're out of the college football playoff. We're not going to go there. We've lost too many games. We've lost our quarterback. So I'm just going to go train for the NFL. Well, is he going to give up his NIL? Is he going to give up all that money he got to play at Tennessee, or is he going to stay and earn the dough?
I don't know how all that, like, because you know, we're getting glimpses that the NIL payment comes in like quarterly chunks. So I mean, I don't know. I don't think you can say one blanket thing. But
No.
I mean, we have seen guys that have been hurt. Who was it? Jackson Smith and Jigba, I think, did this, where he got hurt, and then it was like, hey, I'm not coming back. He could have come back and played for Ohio State. And he was like, you know what? And that's Ohio State. I mean, that's a team that's in the national title conversation every year. And Jackson Smith and Jigba was like, nah, I'm gonna get ready for the NFL. So we've already seen this. Again, like, NIL money is nice, but if you're a potential top 5 or top 10 pick, the most important thing to you should be getting to the NFL. We've already seen it in bowl games, right? We've already seen it, like Leonard Fournette did this. Christian McCaffrey did this. We've seen, think about it, the entire Florida State team did it last year.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that a lot of people in college football have been talking about with new NIL, expanded college football playoff, with just the changing landscape, one of the things they're talking about is they really need to try to incentivize players to stay.
Yes.
It does hurt when star players aren't out there. I mean, that's...
Well, but here's the thing. It may incentivize them because you are going to do revenue sharing now. There is some, we're not exactly sure how it's going to happen because the settlement still hasn't, the House settlement still hasn't come through, but eventually here, there's going to be like, what, $22 million shared amongst players. So there will be paychecks that'll be missed. I'm assuming that is going to be a week-to-week thing. So you will be missing paychecks. Wouldn't shock me if NIL payments, again, are tied to, quarterly performance. So you will leave some of that on the table.
Well, I also think another retort to Dabo is that, hey, even if you're 4-4, that doesn't necessarily mean you can't win your league and get in the playoff.
Yeah.
Like he's already
well, 4-4 probably does, but one or
not
two,
necessarily, because let's say you start. You say your quarterback gets hurt, you lose your non-conference games.
Yeah.
You're only 0-1 in league.
That's true.
You know, if you win your league, you get into that
You get
tournament,
into the tournament,
depending on what league it is.
It's just that if you lose a couple like you're gonna get 3 lost teams that get in. 4 losses, it probably cuts you off at the knees. But yeah, I get
But
where
you
you're
get my
going.
point is
It's not
you can lose more games and still have a shot at that
100%.
thing and get hot at the end and get into that playoff.
And I don't believe that you will get a mass exodus. You may get
You'll get 1 or 2.
You get 1 or 2. Let's say I'm trying to think, like Ben Roethlisberger at Miami, Ohio, right? I can see Ben his senior year, and they're like, dude, you're a top 10 pick. And Ben is going through a rough year. Josh Allen at Wyoming, they weren't very good. I can see Josh Allen. Now let me ask you this. Is anyone jammed up that Josh Allen won't be playing his final 7 games in Laramie? No one cares. But for the kids that are at Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan, there's just not going to be a mass exodus. It just isn't. You may get the one-off, but we'd love to do the doom and gloom. And as you said, you're going to have to find incentives. And you can do that through, again, revenue sharing. You can do it through, again, quarterly NIL payments. You can do it through bonuses, that can be paid out for going to play in big games and conference championships and all that. You are going to have to incentivize it. There is a shift in college football that for the longest time in college basketball, we all know this. Dude, when I played college football, I tried to leave BYU after like a month because I was like, God, this place sucks. And they were like, cool, you're not going to be able to get a scholarship anyplace else. We can block where you want to go, and we're going to block any place you want to go, see the Pac-10, and we're going to hold your scholarship for a year, so you're going to walk on wherever you're at. So don't give me this whole thing of like, oh my God, what do we need? The players have some control. Dude, for the longest time, they had you by the nuts, and they did whatever the hell they wanted. And now players finally have a little bit of leverage where you can't just be the world's biggest jackass to a player, threaten him with all this crap because he's got options. And now that the field is tilted a little bit, and it's still in favor of all the coaches and the institutions, but now that we're starting to see some equity, now all of a sudden that it's a terrible thing, I just get out of here. I'm not interested.
I do think though that you need some specific language. I mean, I don't know what happens with these NIL deals. Do these kids sign? Is there something that's in writing? Is it just, hey, we're going to give you the... Yes. Okay, so in the writing, is there specific language that you have to play a certain amount of games? Is there a specific language
there used to not be because the pay for play, but now that seemingly NIL is broken because the lawsuits, I do think that
there's got to be something.
There's got to be something
because the teams have to. I mean, they're giving out a lot of money. Yes. They have to protect themselves in some way.
My guess is that there is a certain level of being there. Once you're no longer on the team, that money ceases to exist, and they're not giving it to you all at once.
Right.
And we learned that with Damian Martinez.
So I don't know. Dabo, I see where he's going with that, but I'm not sure he's thinking that all the way through. I don't think anybody can predict what this is all going to look like. Is the point?
And this is another good one too, right here. I like this. Vancouver Ford text line. Oregon's really going to throw the Washington game because they clinched, please. And I do think there's an element of...
Well, I don't know about throw games, but I think he's saying rest in players for the big one the next week.
I do think that if Oregon and Washington are playing at the end and that game is meaningful, I do not believe you're going to see a mass exodus of players that sit. I just don't.
Okay, coming up next, Florida has the toughest schedule ever. 417 on the Fan. CBS Sports was talking about Florida's schedule, which we have discussed here multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
It is very difficult. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to pull it up and give it to you. I'm going to give it to you.
Please.
It is. Here's what Florida is facing this year. They will open against Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Then they play Samford. So there's a cupcake there.
Sure.
Then they host Texas A&M. They are at Mississippi, and then
And Mississippi State, actually.
oh, sorry, Mississippi State, and then Central Florida at home. Okay, those are their first 5 games.
Yeah.
Following that, they are at Tennessee versus Kentucky versus Georgia, at Texas versus LSU versus Ole Miss, and at Florida State.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 5 of those teams finished top 15 last year, if not 6.
And Florida State, Ole Miss, LSU, Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Miami, all highly ranked this year. Yeah, statistically speaking, from last year in the preseason rankings, this could be considered the hardest schedule of all time. And the Florida football team is not necessarily great. I've listened to people say that, you know, it's a good team. There's some promise there, but it's no juggernaut. Billy Napier's fired. The only question about their schedule is when does he get fired? And that's like, if Georgia beats them, because that's obviously in Jacksonville. If Georgia beats them by 30, which is a real possibility, he will not be the coach when they play Texas.
So this guy, David Cobb, went through and looked and compared Florida's schedule to the toughest ever. Well, 21st century.
Yeah.
So not ever. But he said, any discussion over the toughest college football schedule of all time must begin with the 1899 Sewanee team.
Oh, my God. This stuff drives me crazy.
Have you ever heard of Sewanee?
No, and I don't care.
Well, you should care. They were an original member of the SEC. Well, I don't know about the SEC as it was called then. I think then it was called the Southern Conference. And they won 5 road games in 6 days against Texas, Texas A&M, Tulane, who was big then, LSU, and Ole Miss.
All you need to know is that they played 5 games in 6 days, which means
in a week.
It's not football.
Beat that. And by the way, that is now no longer called Sewanee.
Yeah.
It is called the University of the South.
Cool.
You couldn't be any more unimpressed.
No.
It is in Sewanee, Tennessee.
I hate when people try to reference that. That's like saying in baseball, like when we're talking about like pitch counts or whatever, and you're like, well, see, old 3-finger Mordecai Brown back in 1914 threw 9,000 innings and his arm didn't fall off. Cool, dude.
Well, dude, 9,000 innings, a lot of innings.
He threw 11 miles an hour. That's great. And
well, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I am not.
Sewanee had just 21 players.
Why do people write articles like this?
Well, I think that's kind of interesting. But then he says, what about in modern times? While the 1899 Sewanee run will never be replicated, Florida's 2024 slate is shaping up to be the toughest of the 21st century. The Gators will face 11 power conference opponents, including 8 featured in Dennis Dodd's post-spring top 25, opening the season against Miami.
Yeah. So I looked here with ESPN's just their ranking. So Georgia was number 1. Texas was number 3. Scrolling. Old Miss is number 6. There was a couple others on there. Florida State 11. LSU 14. Tennessee 15. Miami's in here. Miami is 24th. And then also receiving votes, so in the top 30 would be Texas A&M, Kentucky, which they also have to play.
Yeah, so he says the criteria for assessing a schedule's difficulty are endless, and comparing the difficulty of slates from different seasons and eras is difficult. But after combing through the data, here is how Florida's 2024 slate shapes up against the toughest schedules of the 21st century. Number 6, they have 2002 USC. Mm-hmm. If you count Notre Dame, each opponent on their schedule was a power conference foe. 8 of the Trojans' 12 opponents were ranked at the time of the game, and 5 of them finished in the top 20.
It's pretty good.
All but one opponent, which was Stanford, finished with a winning record. Wow.
Yeah, that's brutal. What was USC's record, by the way?
11-2.
Right.
Won the Orange Bowl.
Right. But not a national championship.
Well, that was early in Pete Carroll's tenure.
Lame. See, but that's kind of the cool thing in this modern day. That USC team, which may have been the best in the country because you still won 11-2 in that schedule, you'll get a chance at the big dance.
2014 Arkansas. They
did not go 11-2.
6-6.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's more likely.
But 6 of their 12 opponents were ranked in the top 10 at kickoff. How about that?
That's not good. You don't want that.
2017 Maryland. Not only did they begin the season on the road against Texas, but they also welcomed UCF to town in Week 4. It was the year where the Knights finished 13-0. In addition to those non-conference games, Maryland played at Wisconsin, at Ohio State. Then its final 3 in the 4-8 season were against Michigan, Michigan State, and Penn State, all ranked. 6 of Maryland's opponents finished among the top 17 in the final 8 people. Number 3, 2019 Auburn. Now, this is where Oregon comes into play. That was the team that played Oregon at the start of the season.
That was
the Bo Nix
the
team.
Bo Nix, right?
Yeah.
First start.
Yeah. It says this schedule has its share of gimmies since the Mississippi schools and Arkansas were all down, but the top end was ridiculous. The Tigers played 5 of the top 8 teams in the final AP poll.
The Tigers. Thought you said it was Auburn. Oh, I don't know why I was thinking War Eagle. Sorry. Apologies.
You're doing great.
Well, I don't know. The Auburn thing sometimes throws me off. I was like, Tigers? I was like, oh, yeah, they are the Tigers.
So they beat Oregon.
The War Eagle thing, like, it just...
It's like Beaver Stadium, but they're the Nittany Lions.
Yeah, threw me off.
They beat Alabama, beat Ole Miss. The second toughest schedule is the 2011 LSU, also Tigers.
Yes. That does not have an eagle as a mascot. They actually have a Mike the Tiger.
They beat 3 of the top 5 teams in the final AP poll during the course of a dominant regular season. This was the Joe Burrow year.
Some people...
Or not Joe Burrow. What's his nuts? I'll get it in a second. Though the campaign ultimately ended in defeat against Alabama in the BCS championship game, the Bayou Bengals, see, they're not the Tigers, they're the Bengals,
Oh, okay.
navigated a tricky slate. Of their 12 regular season games, 7 came against teams ranked. Only 2 were against non-power conference teams, and the Tigers had just 6 home games. And they also played Oregon that year.
What year was that?
2011.
That's the Honey Badger year where he's almost Heisman.
Who was their quarterback?
It's on the tip of my tongue.
I gotta look it
Oh,
up.
what's his nuts?
He wasn't very good.
Jarrett Lee? Or, yeah, looks like a Jordan. Or and they had Jordan
Flynn?
Jefferson as well.
Yeah, Jefferson. That's the guy I was thinking of.
Yeah. And I guess he played the final 5 games. So it was Jarrett Lee, and then they had old Zach Mettenberger, but he didn't play. He was young. Yeah, not exactly a murderer's row there.
So this, and then Florida is the number 1 hardest schedule of the 21st century. He says, while Samford should be a gimme in week 2, you can't comfortably circle any other game. Even though Mississippi State is rebuilding, it's still an SEC road game. Though unranked by Dodd, Kentucky and UCF are also quality opponents. And as you said, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 will be ranked, and 3 will be in the top 10.
Yeah.
Actually, 4 top 10 teams. They will play 4 top 10 teams in a row.
Yeah.
Georgia, Texas, LSU, and Ole Miss, at least top 10 right now.
Yeah, they will not. Billy Napier will not be the head coach. Bare minimum November 16th. He will not get through the stretch of Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, Texas. By the time they play LSU on November 16th, he will be fired. They won't. He's done.
So it's official. Florida has the toughest schedule ever, except for Sewanee. The gauntlet they ran in a week with 21 guys and no water.
How weird is that if you're Billy Napier knowing, like coaches know, like you want to talk about a dead man walking. Do you just want to get it over early to just end your misery? Just get blown out like by A&M and get fired. That way you don't have to go through the humiliation.
Lace them up.
Of getting your ass kicked.
It's Division I football!
You never know.
Dude, if they lose to Miami right out of the gate, just get hammered by A&M and just go to them and be like, dude, you're going to fire me anyway. It's just tell your guys, dude, just lose as bad as possible so that I can get out of here and collect my unemployment.
All right, ITN is next. How did the graffiti cleanup go? I have an update. And Primetime Yellowstone, we will redefine a dip in the hot tub. But first, Will with SportsCenter.
This
It is now July 16. Can you believe that's July 16th already? Can you believe that?
I can.
Why?
Because I'm looking down at my computer and it says July 16th.
Yeah. Very believable.
Yeah. And July 4th was quite some time ago.
July 16, 2024 is time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please be seated, ladies, gentlemen. I regret to inform you that today is World Snake Day.
Oh, yeah, that's why.
Snakes need their own day.
I don't know why, but on like MSN, they had a celebrity with snakes gallery, and I was like, what?
Celebrity with snake? What do you mean?
It was just like, it was a bunch of photos. It was a gallery of celebrities like with snakes around them. And I was like, why is that? Well, I guess it's National Snake Day.
Yeah.
I got no time for that, Rob.
I don't either. I hate snakes. But they do probably deserve their own day.
Do they?
Everything else does.
Yeah. I have nothing necessarily against snakes, but I want nothing to do with them. I just, snake, go over there, I'll stay over here, and we just, don't encounter each other. I have no reason for a snake to be in my life. How about that?
It is also National Fresh Spinach Day.
Okay, not
You
bad.
like spinach?
If I'm going to do a salad, I do like it to be on fresh spinach.
Yeah, me too.
It's
healthy.
You can throw that into some fajitas, too, little cooked spinach, or like a nice gyro,
I have
Get
spinach
those-
like 5 times a week. It's great with chicken.
You got those big forearms like Popeye?
Yeah, trying to.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he was that
Remember
old.
that? As kids, now, Will, you're too young, but when we were kids...
I know Popeye.
Well, I know, but you probably didn't watch Popeye, did you?
Probably not.
Yeah. You know of Popeye, but Popeye was a big deal in our world.
Yeah.
Because
And I don't know
Popeye,
why.
he would pound spinach, and then he would grow big muscles.
Yeah.
But the word on the street in the schools was always that spinach is awful.
Yeah.
You don't want spinach, but Popeye ate it, and you got strong, so therefore you would eat spinach.
Yeah, I would definitely say that the whole spinach has a bad rap growing up. Like no one wanted to eat spinach, and it was like
Well, kids didn't want to eat vegetables, but for some reason spinach was considered the worst of all of them.
yeah.
And it's no different.
And what is it was like I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I'm strong to the finish because I eat my spinach. Something like that. He sang a song.
Yeah, I know. I'm
He's
trying
like,
to.
I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
I eat from a garbage can. No?
I want to say he's strong to something, and finish kind of fits,
I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
but I'm probably wrong about that. He's something strong because he eats his spinach. I eat my spinach.
Strong to the finish.
Finich?
It's F-I-N-I-C-H. That's what I'm gonna say. Because I eats me spinach. I'm Popeye the Sailor
he was
Man.
kind of an idiot, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Popeye.
And let me just say this: olive oil. Man, what are we doing, Popeye?
Right.
Yeah, it's just,
There's better.
yeah, way better. All right, well, go spinach, I guess. Better than snakes,
How did the graffiti cleanup go, you ask?
please.
You know, we closed down 84
Yeah.
this weekend.
That was a pain in the ass.
Was it?
It was.
Didn't affect me, but it probably did affect you.
It did affect me, and it was a pain in the ass. But I want the cleanup to go well. So
Well, they did clean it up.
now, can we keep it cleaned up? And how much did they clean up?
Taggers have already paid a visit
Oh, for God's sakes!
to I-84 after crews closed a 5-mile stretch of the highway for graffiti removal over the weekend. Multiple state and local agencies worked together to clear graffiti, remove trash along the corridor between I-5 and 205 late Saturday night through Sunday morning. Tina Kotek was out there.
Said she wanted to. I saw a thing where she wants to restore the image of a once clean city, which
Yes.
is great.
Well, that is great, but she's just trying to do the parts where people drive from the airport.
Yeah, that's true. No, that's fine.
But that's a good start.
Well, can we actually just start making graffiti a serious crime? Why is that such a novel concept? Like, hey, we're telling you not to do it. We're getting serious about it. And if you do, we're going to kick you in the junk. I'm a jackass. Like, we close 84. We spend millions of dollars. And already there's one D-bag out there like, I'm going to spray paint my name.
Yeah, they were funded by $20 million from the state. Oregon Bureau of Transportation spokesman Don Hamilton said the Bureau always expects graffiti to return, though the work this weekend pushed the problem in the right direction.
$20 million $20.
I think those taggers are pretty elusive. I've seen some stories on them,
Yeah.
and they're not that easy to nab.
No.
Is the thing, because the cops.
Yeah. They're busy with other things. Some of the stuff that they do, like
They're spread thin.
it kind of I often wonder how they get up there. Some of that graffiti is in places that I am
I think
fascinated.
they fly.
They got little jetpacks. They witches. And can we do something about that fireplace? That fireplace building along 84, Gordon's fireplace. You want to talk about an eyesore for the city?
Where's that? What are you talking about?
It's right. It's over kind of by Lloyd Center when you're going on 84, and there's a huge. I think it's called Gordon's Fireplace, and it's this giant like brick building. It's been there forever, and it's like 6 stories high. You can't miss it. Every window has been broken out, and it is just. I have watched over the years that thing just become a kaleidoscope of just crappy spray paint. It almost looks now like the Seattle gum wall, but in a giant like 6 to 8 story building. And it's like, I think it's like Gordon's Fireplace.
It's a dump. I drive by it every once in a while.
Right? Can we just blow that thing up?
Come on, Gordon.
I mean, what are we doing?
5 people were able to escape a hot acidic pond in Yellowstone National Park
Oh, that's good.
after their SUV went off the road and into an inactive geyser.
Ooh, boy, you want to talk about scariest thing you can have? I give you that.
The passengers were able to get out of the water on their own after the crash.
How was the water?
They were taken to the hospital for treatment of non-life-threatening injuries. They said it was 105.
Oh,
So that's a little north of a hot tub.
yeah. The other day when it was like 100 and whatever, we had a couple days of that, and then one morning I went to get in my hot tub. My back is kind of flaring up. I went to get in the hot tub and I put my foot in. Oh my God! The hot tub was at 111 degrees because it had been broiling in the sun. Because hot tubs stop at 104. Like you can't set your hot tub for hotter than 104. Let me tell you something. You put your foot in 111 degree water, you get that ass out real fast. So 105 is hot, but you're
Survivable.
you're not going to burn. I mean, again, you can set your hot tub to 104. It's uncomfortable, but you're not.
Is that the highest?
Yeah, there's a limit. I think on all U.S. hot tubs, the most you can set it to is 104.
We have measles in Multnomah County. This comes up every once in a while.
Yeah, it's because, apparently vaccines now are the devil.
Yes, at least one measles case in an unvaccinated child has been reported in Moltco. The child and their family had recently spent time abroad in a country where measles is common.
Yeah, way to go. So you were going to a measles country and you thought, what the hell, I'll just not vaccinate my child. Cool.
They have since been taken to receive care in a healthcare setting while infectious. That's a weird statement.
That is a little weird.
Additional cases among unvaccinated individuals within the child's household are expected.
Isn't it amazing that we fought so hard to eradicate polio and measles and smallpox, and now we're like, yeah, vaccines are terrible. Awful. We don't need any of those.
Well, I'm not like that. Speak for yourself.
Went for antibiotics. People would be like, no, I don't need no antibiotics. Give me the MRSA. Cool.
They do not expect community spread will occur because most people are vaccinated.
Yes. Let's hope so.
Do you trust airlines with your dog?
Oh, no. No. That would have to be an emergency sort of situation.
That story next. It is 4:43 on The Fan.
This is The Fan's window into sports.
How do you feel about that?
Every now and then, like we've got a bag of the worst candy. I don't know who's in charge of the candy budget, but I don't even know where you buy that candy. But someone bought an entire bowl of tiny Tootsie Rolls and then non-branded, just generic suckers.
Yeah.
Like I honestly don't know where you would go to buy that candy. Dollar Tree or
The only thing worse is that bowl of mints in Ryan Cooley's office.
yeah,
He buys those little they're those little mints that are
there's white.
they're just white
Yep.
with a hole in the middle.
Yep. Again non-branded. Like what?
Lifesavers.
They're not lifesavers.
I don't know. They're the off.
They're the most generic,
Yeah.
awful things ever.
It's like when you show up at like your grandma's house and she has a bowl of like the strawberry candies or like the random butterscotch, and you're like, I don't even know, like, is that a Winco thing?
Now, see, I don't like those butterscotches.
You're like, wait, whoa.
Yeah, take it easy on the butterscotch.
Grandpa Gary Ortner used to hide it like you would if you were going to give money to like a waiter so you can get a better spot in the restaurant. He used to hide the butterscotches so he'd shake your hand and give you the Werthers.
Now, Werther's is not a butterscotch. That's
What?
a Werther's original. You're not. And we're talking about the bastard, non-branded. Just again, it's weird that there's no branding. It's just we all know what we're. It's just like that
It's just
weird
in a yellow wrapper.
Yellow wrapper, just butterscotch.
Well, anyway, I enjoyed the Tootsie Roll.
Huh?
I hadn't had one in a long time.
Yeah, I don't eat. You don't really encounter the Tootsie Roll very often.
No. This is in the news, July 16, 2024. Would you trust your dog at the airport?
Having seen and worked at an airport myself, that would be an emergency. Have no other option. I'm not putting my dog on an
if you are flying, so these people, this is an Oregon family, and they were moving,
yeah,
and so I think they kind of had to fly their dog.
you can always drive it.
Not when you're flying to Hawaii.
That is problematic. Yes.
An Oregon family is grieving the loss of their dog who died while waiting for a flight to depart from Hawaii to Oregon. Their names are Gary and Angie. I'll take a stab at this.
Yeah, go for it.
Engligo?
Why not?
They are distraught over the death
Well, they should be.
of their 4-year-old French bulldog named Frank.
Let me ask this too. On most domestic flights now, you can, especially a French bulldog, you can just bring the bulldog on the plane. See it all the time.
Yeah, you can. I think it's like $100.
Yeah. So what are you doing, putting Frank underneath? I'm not saying that you're at fault, but
I think they had a bunch of dogs. Apparently they had 2 dogs. I don't know. I love this quote though. Gary says, he was such a good dog. He really was. He wasn't the smartest dog. And then Angie chimed in, smiling, and said, yeah, he was not smart. He wasn't smart at all. Look at them just...
Why are you taking shots at Frank? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Let me just say for the record, I'm not really liking the vibe of this family right now.
Well, Gary and Angie had moved out of their home in Hawaii. They were headed to the airport in Honolulu to move back to Oregon. So Gary grew up here. They were moving to southern Oregon. So they loaded up their belongings, grabbed a car, headed to the airport. They had Frank's sister Charlie, and Fawn, who's a 15-year-old Beagle Chihuahua mix, to take on the plane with them. They are claiming that Hawaii is just not dog-friendly. Because they said they asked to take their dogs out of their carriers and they were denied. And Angie said, Hawaii is not dog friendly. You're not allowed to have them out of the carrier at all in the airport except in the pet relief area.
I don't know, man. This is a little weird. You can't have your dog out. I don't. Every airport I've ever been, I've seen dogs out. What are they going to arrest you for having your dog out of the carrier? No.
It says Honolulu's airport is a mix of indoor and outdoor spaces, but even in the outdoor spaces, which are within the secure area, they say they were denied. We were just sitting at the gate waiting for our flight. Frank is panting, and we just kept asking the crew at the desk if we could take him out, and they kept saying no.
Can I offer a suggestion? Take the dog out.
Well, they did.
Yeah. What do you...
He says, after we took them out to go to the bathroom, we broke the rules and we just kept them out.
Yeah.
We kept them in the shade. We gave them water. We tried to cool them off. We gave them water, and we were out for about 40 minutes. But then the dogs, they have to stay in the carrier during taxi, takeoff, and landing. and Frankie.
So they were with the.
Frankie bit it.
The dog was in the carrier with them.
I think that the dogs were on the plane.
Dude, that's
yeah.
Come on.
The dog was on the plane. They were seated on the plane because like you said, you can get those little carriers and put them under your seat.
No, this doesn't.
They said they unzip. So he's still panting. They unzip him a little bit. They were taking turns waving the safety pamphlet in order to try and cool him off. They asked if they could take him out of their carrier again. They said no. Alaska requires dogs stay in the carrier during taxi, takeoff, and landing. They then asked for ice, and when it finally came, they said Frank had stopped breathing.
Boy, I don't know, man. This all seems a little... You know me. There's two sides to every story. This seemed... I assume that you were talking about the under the airplane, something like that.
Me too.
The dog died in your hands. I mean, come on.
Well, they're saying
take the dog out and be like, you know what? You can deal with me later. The dog's dying. I'm not gonna let my dog overheat to death while it sits on my lap. What are we doing?
Well, the other two dogs, I guess for the next 5.5 hours, because they're flying to Oregon from Hawaii, they sat in their seats holding their other two dogs.
Well, Frank's
crying.
dead?
Yeah, Frank's just laying there dead.
Dude, something else happened. This just doesn't. 2 and 2 ain't adding up to Frank here. Something's up. So you're telling me that you went to the airline. You're like, dude, my dog's died, and they're like, I don't care. Keep him in the carrier.
Well, I would say that if a dog is panting,
that
doesn't necessarily mean it's dying.
No.
So they don't really know that the dog's dying.
But there is a difference. Like, I have a big dog that has a massive winter coat. And I know when you take him out and it's hot, like when he gets overheated, you can tell when a dog's overheating.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, there's times where I try to walk him early in the morning, and there's times where, we're kind of going 50-50, like, it's a little too hot. And I bring him back inside after being, for walking for a little bit, and he is just out. And you pour water on him. I'll take him outside. I'll spray him down. I lay him on the AC vent. You know when your dog's overheating. I'm sorry, you just do. The dog isn't just like, you're like, oh, I think Frank's okay, and then he's dead. This is weird. There's no excuse for your dog dying in your lap, unless the dog had like complications and other health problems that are beyond your
maybe
control.
it would have died anyway.
Yeah.
This one, there's a Vancouver Ford text line text that says, I worked at the airport. I would see people let a dog out of its kennel. It was running around on the runway while employees were trying to shoot it.
Oh.
So landing gear would not hit it.
Jeez Louise. Shoot.
Yeah, out on the runway, you can't.
Well, that may be one thing, but, again, if my dog's dying, it's not staying in the carrier because the lady is telling me that I have to keep it in. Huh? And again, how hot is the airplane? Like, what?
Yeah, it's temperature controlled. I don't really get it.
It's not 95 in there. I mean, I know that I've been on airplanes, so I'm like, it's a little warmer than others, but it's, it's not a broiler in there.
Yeah, I just don't really feel
We're
like
not making Whoppers.
I don't really feel like this is the airline's fault.
No,
I know Gary and Angie are trying to. Well, I don't think anything's up. I think the dog just died. It's not the airline's fault that the dog died. It sounds like before they boarded the plane, they took it out. He said they got it water. They sat around for 40 minutes in the shade. That's the best you can do.
Yeah.
There's no one's fault here. The dog just died.
Do we know how old Frank is?
4.
Could the dog have gotten scared, because of everything?
Yeah,
and
he
then,
could have
had a
panicked.
panic attack?
It's possible. Or it just died of something else.
Yeah.
What are they going to do, an autopsy?
Yeah, this is weird.
I mean, the dog could have just, could have freaked out.
You can't just put water in the... I don't know. This is, I got questions. Or as you said, sometimes just S happens, man.
That's in the news.
Hell of a way to end in the news.
Dead dog. Oh, you want other dead news? Real quick.
I like dogs. I don't want dogs to die.
Well, Peter Courtney was not a dog.
Oh.
He was a human being.
Okay. I don't want him to die either.
He is Oregon's longest-serving state legislator.
Yeah.
He has died at the age of 81.
Yeah,
he had the cancer.
Just not a cancer, the cancer.
He retired last year, but he had been in the Oregon legislature for 800 years.
38 years as an Oregon lawmaker.
Yeah.
It's a long time. He was steadfast, scrappy, and compassionate.
That's right. He was 81. That's in the news, July 16, 2024. We go Hot 5 at 5 next. I have more death. I'm just disseminating death news right and left here. We've got what else we got? An explanation on the anthem for the home
There
run
have
derby.
been a variety of proposals.
Whoops, that was a misfire. The home run derby anthem singer is out.
We knew something had to be. Again,
She's explained.
Stories weren't adding up.
And Caleb Williams, did he sign? All next on The Fan.
Hey, it's
dropping Sook, a little Big Country. Remember that song, In a Big Country by Big Country?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
You know why he played that?
Why?
Whoever that was, Buckley or Swigard?
Mm-hmm.
They are Scottish.
Oh,
The band Big Country.
not familiar with that.
That's from the 80s.
Yeah.
Don't get too excited.
I'm not, because I have no idea who that is. To be honest with you, I wasn't really listening to that song either. I was looking for the Major League Baseball All-Star
Yeah,
game.
what channel are we looking at here?
I'm assuming
I
he
can't
is.
find it.
Well, now that we all have
Fox.
streaming, I don't even know what
Oh, it's on Fox.
channel anything's on. I just go to the streaming app. Although I keep saying that I have a connection error. So
Fox. We're both looking for the game here real quick, guys. Just bear with us.
bear with us.
We have to watch Paul Skeens strike out Aaron Judge.
Yeah. Although I still like my idea of I think that the starters should be able to play the starters the first 3 innings, put in all the subs, and then bring back the starters again like in the 7th. Because that's the crappy part about the All-Star game is that if it comes down to a big at bat, it's some reliever and a backup player that you've never heard of. That's a bummer.
Well, I can't find it. To hell with it.
Well, I got it on finally.
Here's what's coming up. College football realignment history. O-rings. That's a segment about the Olympics. And Rory ghosting Tiger. We'll see if we get to all that this hour.
My guess is no, but let's give it a whirl. Hey, we got some other country guys singing the national anthem. Is he drunk as well?
Cody Johnson, I believe.
Who the hell is Cody Johnson?
The guy who's singing the national anthem.
Can Major League Baseball find a country singer that anyone has heard of? Because they got Ingrid last night all tanked up singing it. No one's ever heard of her. Now I got Cody Johnson. What, can we not get a Chris Stapleton? Can you find someone, I don't know,
Who's doing the NFL stuff? They can't afford him. They can afford Cody Johnson. Cody Johnson's won some CMAs or something.
Are
Probably.
they doing local people?
Well, again,
Is that what they're doing?
we can't find a Texan that someone's heard of. What's
Cody Johnson? He's relatively famous.
Is he really?
I
Never
know
heard
who
of
he
him.
is.
Jordan Spieth's at the opener. He'd probably do it.
No, me and Rob haven't heard of him.
Yeah, well, all these country bros all look and sound alike. To me.
What's Gentleman George Strait up to? Roll his old ass out there. Willie Nelson.
I still can't find it. What the hell channel is it?
Just go to Hulu.
Hulu?
Yeah, Hulu.
That's what I'm on.
It's on Fox. I'm watching it right now.
I understand, but we don't have. That's not the way our TVs work. You have to go to an app.
Yeah,
and,
jerk.
And Hulu is our live TV app, and it just pops up right there.
I think I'm on Hulu.
Rob has a great history of not being able to find anything on the TV. Watching Rob operate under this streaming
There it
banner,
is.
it's
I
adorable.
found
It's hurting me. There's so many different ways to find it in that app.
Hey, I found it, bro.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you.
It's like when I had
Except it's showing Donald Trump.
well, I think that's just.
Oh,
a
yours is
commercial.
too. Okay.
Yeah,
So
just
I'm
a
on the right.
commercial. You're fine.
Coming up tonight in the club, the surprising state with the worst quality of life.
Oh, all right.
What do you think that is?
Well, I was going to say Mississippi or possibly
No,
Missouri.
that
but
wouldn't be
That wouldn't be surprising. That'd be right up there. It's going to be something like Maine or whatever.
Right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Well, I'll get the death news out of the way early. Kobe Bryant's dad, Joe Bryant, has died.
Yeah.
He was 69. Recently suffered a stroke. He was also a basketball star growing up in Philly.
Played overseas. Italy, I believe. Joe Jellybean Bryant, I believe was his nickname.
And other death news, former Oregon recruiting director Don Johnson Jr. has passed away. He was 49. Now, he is a prominent high school coach here in Portland before heading to Oregon, and he stepped down due to health concerns a couple of years ago, and he has now passed away.
Condolences to all of the families. That stinks, especially 48. God, that is so
49.
49. That is so young. That's your age.
You know what? It is my age. I just realized that.
I know.
I don't like that.
We're getting up there. Yeah, you're like, I don't like that one bit. No.
Number 4.
Home Run Derby anthem singer Ingrid Andress, widely criticized for her rough rendition last night. We played it on the show yesterday. Now she has come out and says she was drunk and she's headed to rehab.
Which I guess isn't funny, but at the same time, she just came out and said her statement was, "I'm not going to BS you guys.
I was housed."
I was housed. And then she made a joke about going to rehab. So
she said, "I'm going to rehab," which I hear is super fun.
Yeah.
Well, you got to keep,
stay
on brand.
Yeah, stay on brand. Well, it's not good when for most of the country that was the introduction to your career, and then you go out there and perform arguably the worst professional national anthem of all time.
In a statement on social media, she apologized to Major League Baseball, the fans, and this country she loves.
Yeah. It wasn't good.
Whatever.
Hey, they're bringing about all the Texas legends. Pudge Rodriguez is out there. Nolan Ryan. We got Beltre.
Free agent guard Gary Trent Jr. has signed a one-year deal to be reunited with Damian Lillard. He joins the Milwaukee Bucks.
That was the Milwaukee Butterhogs.
Trent, one of just 4 players over the last 3 seasons to make at least 500 threes and record at least 300 steals. The others, Fred VanVleet, Tyrese Halliburton, and Anthony Edwards.
Oh, nice little company there.
Blazers Wizards tonight in Summer League.
Yeah, I don't care.
Portland 1-1 thus far.
I think they had a nice little game the other night, yesterday. Offense still a bit spotty, but he looks good out there. It's the only reason I'm paying any attention to that.
Blazers.
Number 2.
The number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft is a quarterback by the name of Caleb Williams. He has signed his rookie deal with the Bears. It is a 4-year deal, team option for a 5th year, fully guaranteed $39 million.
Yeah, there was some, and Adunze signed as well. So both those guys came right to the wire because rookie camp starts for them today. So there was some speculation of were we going to get a holdout or two, but
they always get it done.
Sometimes they don't, though. And for a quarterback, especially on a team coming in like the Bears, who are expecting to be good and be playoff contenders, you can't start behind the 8 ball by missing camp.
Reports the Niners receiver Brandon Ayuk has officially requested a trade, but the team is telling other teams that call about trading for him that he's not available.
Yeah, can we just finally end this pissing match? I feel like this has been going on now for like an entire year, where he just, he clearly is not going to be happy with what San Francisco is offering.
Ayuk is 26. He has 1 year left on his rookie deal.
Good receiver, but
number 1.
These guys all went 30+ million. I just don't think there's many receivers that are worth that.
The 94th Major League Baseball All-Star Game is tonight. They are in Arlington at Globe Life Field. Paul Skeens for the NL, Corbin Burns for the AL. That, if you didn't know, is Pirates versus Orioles. Only one team has a longer drought without a pitcher starting the All-Star Game. And that team is...
I'm trying to think. I don't know. Who's the Colorado Rockies?
What is Colorado Rockies?
Wrong. It would be the Cubs.
Really?
The Cubs have not had a guy start this game since 1946.
Who did the Rockies have that started the All-Star game? Last time they had a good pitcher. You're going back to like Mike Hampton. He sucked there.
Well, but it doesn't mean they had one. It just means that, because they weren't even a team in 1946.
Oh, that's true.
So the last Buck to start was Jerry Royce in 1975. The last from Baltimore to start was Steve Stone in 1980. So those both get checked off the list, and now the Cubs, 1946.
So it's all possible that the Rockies have never had someone that started an All-Star game. It's just
that drought isn't as long as, like 1980 and 1975.
Makes sense.
Right?
Yes. Makes sense. So I was literally trying to rack my brain. If you had to say who is the greatest Colorado Rockies pitcher, go.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. The best pitcher they've ever had?
Yes.
Well, Hampton was a big deal, but he didn't really do anything.
This may be, by the way, the worst. If you're making a list of the best pitcher for every organization, this may be the worst because honestly, outside of Hampton, I just can't think of many guys.
Well, they had
Jimenez
John
that threw the no-hitter, right? But he
Oh.
wasn't very good, was he?
I wasn't great.
He's
They
had the no-hitter.
They had John Gray. Is he on there? Do you have a list?
I'm trying to pull it up right now. Colorado Rockies top. I can get their career pitching leaders.
Aaron Cook was good.
Aaron Cook.
Yeah.
Boy, that says something when you're going with Aaron Cook.
I mean, I can't think of another one.
No. They're Jorge De La Rosa is their all-time wins leader.
Oh, okay. Top WAR for pitchers in the Rockies history, Ubaldo Jimenez.
Yeah.
He was pretty good.
was.
He was pretty good.
Steve Reed has pitched more games than anyone else. Game started would be Aaron Cook. I'm sorry, that's the worst. You can't tell me that there's a team
Not a lot of good pitchers
that has a worse all-time lineup than what the Colorado Rockies are throwing out there. So if you had to put together their all-time staff, it's Jimenez, De La Rosa, Steve Reed, and Aaron Cook.
Well, they're not exactly known for their pitching.
But that's your all-time rotation.
Yeah, pretty much.
Would any of those guys make any rotation on any other roster?
No.
They wouldn't even be the fourth guy on any all-time roster.
No, I don't think so.
No. Yeah. So what is the Colorado Rockies suck at pitching?
All right. Well, what year were they found? They were established in 1993.
Yeah.
So they've only been around for,
Well, it's a long time to have futility like
maybe they should go.
Well, but the Marlins and the Rays, and they've all been around the same time.
I know. Maybe they should go get some pitchers, is what you're saying.
And they could put together much better staffs than what the Rockies have.
Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. College football realignment history next on The Fan.
the worst uniforms I've ever seen in my entire life.
Which is worse, the National League with the blue or the American League with the pink?
It's tough.
One's a boy, one's a girl.
The pink looks better, but the uniform is like some sort of brown with the pink. So I'm going to say
I think the AL is worse.
The AL is worse, but not because of the pink. It's worse because of the poo, brown.
Well, the combo is bad.
Yeah. Why? So we're in Texas.
Yeah.
And believe me, for the festivities, when they called out the starters, they had guys doing the Yahoo roping things, and they had a mechanical bull. Why are they wearing Miami colors 80s disco pink and blue in Texas?
Yeah, I don't know.
That doesn't seem very on brand. This whole thing has been, they wore socks for the home run derby that looked like cowboy boots. And now we get to the game and it looks like a Miami 80s rave.
Yeah,
why?
Doesn't really fit, does it?
In no way does this fit. And they look horrific. And the commissioner said yesterday they're considering letting them just go back to wearing their regular uniforms. And now I see why. Because those things are putrid.
Well, I think they should all be wearing cowboy hats.
That would be fantastic.
And spurs and boots.
I like where we're going.
And chaps.
Can someone wear a sombrero? Because that also would be very fun and have a Texas theme to it.
Well, it's underway. Burns is out there facing Shohei.
Oriole to Oriole, by the way, with Burns and Rutschman.
Paul Skeens, the first 4 hitters he will face in the American League lineup are Stephen Kwan, Gunnar Henderson, Juan Soto, and Aaron Judge.
Dare I say, pretty good lineup.
How about that? And someone asked the question, can Skeens strike out Kwan? Because Kwan does not strike out much.
No, he does not.
That will be an interesting little battle.
Yeah.
So, anyway, a little MLB starting pitcher All-Star Game sports follow-up here on Sports Show. Uvalde Jimenez, the Rockies guy.
Yes.
What is Colorado Rockies?
That dude started the All-Star Game.
Did he really?
Yes.
For the Colorado Rockies?
Yeah.
No, well, then we stand corrected. The Rockies have never had someone.
you stand corrected, yes.
Well, you didn't know he started either.
15-1.
Get right the hell out of town.
That year.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah. He finished 19-8 with a 2.88 ERA. So he had a really good year in Colorado.
And then didn't do a whole lot after that?
He did. He stuck around, but he did not do nearly that.
Okay.
No. And then if you look at 538 did a thing called the Worst All-Stars. And they rank, there are 3 guys on here in particular that are just, it's like, what are these guys doing in the All-Star Game? Well, they're in there because their team has to have a representative.
Yes.
So in 2003, the Pirates put reliever Mike Williams in the game.
Okay. His
ERA was 5.58.
Ooh. Can we please do away with that stupid rule?
Yeah, and they said when he was announced as one of the top players in the National League, he had a 6.29 ERA.
I remember one year in the NHL, I think his name was John Stone. He was like a borderline, he didn't even play. He was like the last guy on the roster, and the fans got together and voted him as an all-star starter.
The Royals put Mark Redmond in the game. Again, similar. Bad team, 31 wins at the All-Star break. 2006, they sucked. They had to have a representative, and they put in Mark Redmond.
Yikes. Do you feel good if you're Mark Redmond and you go to the game?
No,
it's like
I don't think you do.
It's like being Bronny James on the Lakers. By the way, American League, 2nd and 3rd, 1 out.
National League.
Or National League, excuse me. I believe that was Bryce Harper doubling there and bringing Ohtani to 3rd.
And then in 2010, reliever Matt Capps made the game.
Never heard of him.
Opponents were hitting 297 against him,
It's not
which
good.
was 516th out of 516. And he was in the All-Star game with the Nationals.
The question is, how bad were the Nationals that's their representative?
Well,
Was there no one else?
Ryan Zimmerman was on the team.
Okay.
And he did, for whatever reason, he did not make it. Capps had a 3.38 ERA through June with 22 saves, but he gave up a ton of hits, which is why his batting average against was so high. He had allowed 43 hits in 34 and 2/3 innings, but he found his way into the All-Star game.
All right. Yeah.
And he faced one batter, and he struck out Big Poppy.
So there indeed are your worst All-Stars of all time?
Those are the top three. They have Tim Wakefield on here. Do you remember when Scott Podsednik made it?
No, I don't, but I remember him. I don't remember him being
made
an
it.
All-Star.
2005 White Sox. That guy was a punch and Judy. He sucked. Josh Hamilton is on here.
Josh Hamilton was good, though.
2009 Rangers, sandwiched between Hamilton's breakout and MVP seasons, is an injury-riddled middling year that still earned him an All-Star selection. He played in only 35 games, and he hit just 240.
Are you kidding me? He'd be the best hitter on the Seattle Mariners. Well, that's not that surprising because there's a lot of times where you give a guy who's having a down year and they still vote him to the All-Star game.
Yeah, popular players always.
Cal Ripken made the All-Star game his last year, for God's sakes. I mean, it happens.
Who's the worst player in this game?
Munoz.
Who?
Andres Munoz.
Got a 1.4 ERA.
Yeah, dude, he's good.
He loves to do the Fernando Rodney where he walks the bases loaded and then gets him to hit into a double play and get out of the inning.
He's got 1.4 ERA, 15 saves. Well, I mean, he was the last guy added. And he's only there because Gilbert's not going to pitch. So, I mean, in theory, it'd be him.
Santander's on the team.
What's he got going on?
Yeah. Not much. He's all right. I'm looking at the pitchers.
I'm looking to see if there's like a ranking of where it's at.
Telling you, it's Munoz. As a Mariner fan, it's Munoz.
Well, some might say Seth Lugo, but he's been awesome this year.
Well, maybe it is
for my Royals.
Maybe it isn't indeed Mr. Munoz.
He's going to put some people in an early grave.
He's the new Fernando Rodney.
He is Fernando Rodney, just not fat.
Rodney wasn't fat. He was just big boned.
Who is, boy, I tell you, there's a guy on the All-Star roster in the NL that I've never even heard of.
What do you got?
Heliot Ramos? Who's that guy?
Got nothing.
Never even heard of him.
Who's he play for?
He's
Giants.
An All-Star.
Oh, well, is that the
Gigantes?
Yeah, again, you got to have someone.
He must be all right. I don't know.
Is he a pitcher?
Nope, he's an outfielder.
Because I remember I went and saw the Giants play the Yankees, and believe me, there was at least 3 or 4 times over the course of that game that everybody looked up and we pulled a major league. Who the F is this guy? And by the way, every one of them was hitting like 216. We were like, jeez.
These guys pretty good numbers. 298, 14 bombs.
Oh, all right.
I don't know.
That'll run.
Never heard of the guy.
Oh. He's an all-star, having a good year. Those are good numbers.
So the All-Star game is underway.
All right.
All right. Let's take a look at conference realignment history next. Here's Buck. What's his name? Rather, he popped up, and then Gunnar Henderson dribbled out to the pitcher.
Well, we were saying that the American League uniforms were worse, and that's until I saw the National League socks. Because now, for seemingly no reason, again, we're some sort of weird techno Miami colors, even though we're in Texas. Paul Skeens appears to be what are those socks?
I don't know what the socks are. He also has a gold belt on.
Yeah,
and I don't know if you've seen, but look at the AL helmets.
Yeah,
the color doesn't match the uniforms.
No, it's a different shade of pink. But I am perplexed by because the NL unis are black and like light blue with a touch of pink, and then the socks are those like Navajo Nation socks? What is that? I'm at a loss. Whoever created
Judge has them on too.
Whoever created those deserves to be fired forever.
Wasn't this Nike though?
Is that Nike?
Because Nike
Fanatics and Nike, Nike stock is down 30%, and I believe that 26% of that is because of these uniforms. I don't know who the hell's in charge, but that is
there's Livy.
Atrocious.
My girl.
Yeah, Paul's going to get something tonight.
Boy, how great is his life?
It's pretty good right now.
Dude, he's the youngest pitcher to start the All-Star game since Doc Gooden, and he's got that watching him.
Can I make a controversial statement?
He goes home to her. I think I know where you're going.
You do?
Yeah.
You want to go first?
No, I don't want to step on you.
No, I want to see if you're going where I'm going with this. I'm intrigued.
Livy Dunn overrated?
No.
Boo.
Not going to say that. Livy Dunn's the lucky one, not Paul Skeens.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. The Livy Dunn, the catch is not that Paul Skeens got Livy Dunn. It's just not. The catch is that Livy Dunn got Paul Skeens.
Well, yeah, because he's going to be rich.
Well, he's going to be rich. Livy Dunn is like, she's coming back to LSU again because she has nothing else to do.
She gets a 5th year. She's competing, big jerk.
She's not even good. She's just not. She's like not even good on her own team. No offense, but in 3 years, Livy Dunn will be just nothing. She's just a hot that happens to caught people's attention because she's a gymnast. Once she's done being a gymnast, she'll just go to being a random Instagram hot with nothing really going on. Paul Skeens has the potential to be one of the greatest pitchers we've seen. I mean, he is truly special right now. And no offense, but Paul Skeens in another year or two, if he keeps this up, can get any Livy Dunn he wants. I mean, again, she's just a 20-year-old Instagram hot. Therefore, everyone's like, oh, I can't believe Paul Skeens got Livy Dunn. I'm making the controversial statement. I think Livy Dunn was smart to get her hooks into Paul Skeens now.
Well, I don't think that's that controversial, but I do see why people say that because Skeens is kind of ugly and he's got a mustache.
Yeah.
And he looks weird.
He's got bad skin.
Yeah, and she's super hot.
Yeah.
But
there's a reason why Livy Dunn's with Paul Skeens.
Exactly. It all makes sense when you really lay it out.
Yeah. When you see the train going by and maybe the train's in a little rough shape, but the train's got a great personality. Oh, and by the way, the train's heading to the bank. You grab onto the train. You grab onto the train. You know.
Yeah. Do you think he's with her in 3 years? I'm going to say no.
No, probably not.
Believe in love, you big jerks.
Well, I do believe in love, but...
Yeah, 20-year-olds or 21-year-olds often don't stay together.
Kate Upton did with Justin Verlander.
Yeah, but they were a little older, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Not her.
They were way older.
Not her. She's only like a couple years into her 30s, maybe?
She's 32.
Wow, she's older than I thought.
Yeah.
And Livy's what?
21, maybe?
She's 21. She just now turned 21.
Yeah, dude, that's not lasting.
Skeens is
I'm rooting for him.
22.
Livy Dunn does have the ultimate, I guess, trump card, though, that she could play, and that's just simply to go to OnlyFans and make more money than she'll ever need. But, you know, it's a bold step. She decides to go down that road.
I do think you're right, though, that, you know, like in that household,
yeah,
like she has to watch it more than he does.
100%.
She has to play her cards right. He's probably just cocky sniffing all around that house.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want? What? What are you going to do about it?
You know what happens.
I'm dumping your ass.
Exactly. Paul's doing just fine.
How about that?
no offense, but
I'm not even going to take this acne medicine. You're going to live with it.
I'm not taking Accutane. Screw you.
I'm going to be a billionaire.
Deal with it. Well, I mean, no offense to Livy Dunn, I'm sure she's a wonderful gal and she's hot.
I've got the splinker.
Outside of Livy Dunn being hot, like, you know, she's an Instagram hot.
She's a good gymnast, I guess.
You ever been on Instagram? Lots of hots out there. And I mean lots of hots.
Yep.
Especially when you're the best pitcher in baseball.
Right. That's why she better mind her P's and Q's.
Maybe she'll get a TV show. Everyone else is getting a TV show. Why can't she?
Guaranteed. If they stay together, well, he may not want that. He seems like a little more shy guy. And maybe she is too. I don't know. I don't know anything about her.
And they may be lovely together.
But
I'm just
I
saying
would watch. You tell me. Listen, if you said, "Hey, Rob, you have to watch a crappy reality show about someone in sports," I tell you, they're at the top of my list.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see what's going on there.
I'd be interested in that, 100%. And I'd like to see what the power dynamic is.
Yes.
Does Paul just kiss her ass because she is hot and Livy Dunn? Or is it, some mutual kind of back and forth? Or does Paul kind of run roughshot? John Cena, Bella Twin style. I would 100% be interested in that.
John Cena was such a jerk on that show.
Well, that's another. So that's all I'm saying is there's like the Bella Twins or whichever one he was with.
Nikki Bella.
Total smoke show. Every guy's like, oh my God, I would do anything to be with her. Meanwhile, John Cena's just like, whatever. Sign this piece of paper if you want to come in my house, saying I can kick your ass out whenever you want. Cena was a giant Richard to her. Because again, he's John Cena. And that was his whole point was, yeah, you're hot. Guess what else is hot? Every other girl that's in my DMs.
He got so mad at her for like cooking him a nice dinner, like going out, finding a nice meal, finding wine. He's like, don't do this ever again in my house. Buy out.
Skeen's got 10 million, I think, signing boner.
I think he signed, I think it was the biggest at the time.
Yeah, so he got,
yeah.
I mean, he's already rich.
Paul's doing fine. And by the way, so's Livy Dunn. Livy Dunn, I'm sure, is making.
Do you think she has more in the bank than he does?
Probably not, but I bet she's got a couple mil.
She made a lot on TikTok. She's going to be in the ballpark right now.
Yeah, Livy Dunn has made plenty off of NIL. I'm sure. I don't know if she's made Paul Skeen's money, but she's.
They're saying 6 million net worth.
Yeah, so they're probably pretty close right now. But again, she starts an OnlyFans. Buckle up.
I think she gets a podcast or a TV show.
I couldn't agree more. I think a TV show is, and it would be one of those much like that. Who's that gal that Jay Cutler was married to?
Kristen Cavallari.
Yeah, I like that Will is dialed in.
She's dating a Montana. She's dating a TikTok star now too.
Well, she's a hot, and she got a show, and Jay Cutler was reluctantly on the show.
I saw some of that. Jay Cutler was awesome on that show.
Yeah, he did not want to be on there. No, you could tell. And that's what I see. If Livy Dunn gets a show, first of all, that will tell you who wears the pants, and it's her.
Yeah.
Because he will veto that.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be on there. He'll be like Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
But if she gets the show, that shows you she wears the pants, and then he will be reluctantly on there, and I will sign up for that.
See, and here's the beauty part about the Jay Cutler thing. Again, this goes to my point. Jay Cutler is a good-looking guy that was an NFL quarterback that probably has $100+ million. And everyone thought that he should just kiss that girl's ass because she was like famous and cute. And you could tell that Jay Cutler could care less about any of her BS. He had the same indifference to playing quarterback that he had in that relationship. Cutler's like, whatever.
Yeah, they've since divorced.
Yeah.
Her new boyfriend was playing football at Montana Tech last season.
Wow.
And
that's a step down.
And I'm guessing that Jay Cutler's new girlfriend, again, is probably an Instagram model or something along those lines because he's Jay Cutler.
Tommy Lauren? Lauren?
No, that's the old Fox News lady.
Well, they're saying Jay Cutler may be dating her.
Oh, good for Jay.
Yeah. Cutler's doing fine. And so she. The point of this whole thing is whether it's Livy Dunn or whether it's Paul Skeens, everyone's doing fine in these things. There's no power imbalance. I just love everyone being like, oh, I can't believe he got Livy Dunn. I can. I 100% believe he got Livy Dunn.
Samantha Robertson is Jay Cutler's girlfriend.
And that is... do we know who that is?
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Is she hot?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
That's a silly question.
Yeah. Why would you ask that?
Cavalier's boyfriend's name Mark Estes, a part of the Montana Boys. Big on TikTok.
Oh, I've seen those donkeys. Oh my God.
She's dating the one
By
with
the
the
way,
big tat.
they're perfect for each other. She's insufferable.
She is.
And so are they.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Trying to find out what Jay Cutler's got going on. I kind of like Jay Cutler on that. That made me like Jay Cutler. Like,
yeah, this girl looks like she's just an Instagram. You know, she's got like 25,000 followers on Instagram.
Yeah.
She probably doesn't. She's just kind of like professionally hot.
Professionally hot.
You know, just running in circles where she can, you know, date guys like Jay Cutler, get steaks and hibachi and everything. You know.
I do enjoy that. That's the greatest career on earth. What's your career? I don't know. I'm just kind of hot.
You know, just socialite. I always love that socialite. What does that even mean?
She used to
go to parties.
She used to be married to a fashion designer.
Okay.
So, she's professionally hot. Doesn't look like she does much of anything.
Well, he upgraded.
She's just hot.
She can't be any more annoying than that old bag she used to have.
I think the Montana Boys are at the All-Star game. I see Mark Estes with a big cowboy hat.
Now, the Montana Boys is a whole nother thing. These guys do they have any talent whatsoever, or are they just good-looking dudes who, like, sort of live a lifestyle on Instagram?
They played football at Montana Tech, and they danced to Luke Combs' One Number Away a lot. That's kind of what...
Dude, that's all they do.
That's what they do.
And yeah, they're good-looking, and so they have all these...
Boy, I tell you what, it's a hell of a time to be alive. The Montana Boys. Yeah.
Well, they're playing off of that whole thing where women, I don't know what it is about American women. They just freaking, like, cowboys are a panty dropper for them.
Yeah.
Like, women love the rough, gruff cowboy.
That do dances on TikTok.
And that's what these guys are projecting to be.
Yeah.
I don't know if they are, but they're projecting.
Bro?
It's like Yellowstone. It's why Yellowstone's so popular.
Yeah.
That's why girls always go to get on the Daisy Dukes and throw on their cowboy hat and get all drunk at rodeos.
It's a great life. It's a great life being one of the Montana Boys.
They want you to know that even though they've relocated to Nashville, they're just Montana dudes at heart.
What a joke.
Oh, it's a hell of a country. Hell of a time.
All right. Well, we have gotten to nothing
No.
that we planned this hour.
we got
And
to
for
it.
that, we apologize. Or do we?
Yeah.
Coming up next, we can do O-rings or we can do Rory ghosting Tiger. It'll be a choose your own adventure.
Let's do some O-rings.
Some Olympic talk.
There you go.
Next on The Fan.
They're not around anymore because, well,
They're dead.
I think there's still a member alive, if I'm not mistaken.
So now to O-rings. Since we've gotten to nothing that we wanted to this hour, might as well just kill some Olympic talk.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, are you already sick of the promos? Are you excited about the Olympics?
I don't see all the promos because I don't like everything I watch now is on streaming. I cut the cord, so I haven't really gotten inundated with all the promos.
Well, it depends on. I mean, I cut the cord too, but I see them all the time because I watch golf.
Yeah,
and golf is oftentimes on NBC.
Yeah, they're pumping it.
And oh boy,
yeah,
or Golf Channel.
I haven't. I have not been overwhelmed. Who are they?
Dude,
they always
don't ask
they
me
always
that.
pick like 3 or 4, and it's like, hey, come hell or high water, these are going to be the stars.
Well,
of the
obviously,
Olympics.
there's the U.S. sprinter. What's his name?
His name or her name?
His name. There's 2, but
because Richardson is the gal that they were trying to push last time.
They promote her, but the male sprinter is in all of them. Whatever that dude's name is, and then there's the swimmer.
Yeah, I love that you're just going with swimmer because I know.
Well,
Simone,
I don't know their name. I don't care.
Well, I would assume Simone Biles. I would assume Sha'Carri Richardson.
Yep, she's on there.
And then, are you thinking of? Is it Katie Ledecky?
Yeah,
is that the
swimmer.
Okay, she would be the swimmer.
Noah Lyles.
Noah Lyles.
That's the sprinter.
Yeah, you don't know him?
I don't. I knew they were
What?
There was like that 16-year-old that was trying to make the team, and I think he might be going to some of the sprints.
I'm more interested in who the U.S. women's water polo team has as a hype man.
Oh, I talked about this while you were gone. It's the greatest thing of all time. They were bitching the women's polo team, which, by the way, I guess is the greatest polo team of all time. They're going for their
water polo.
Water polo. They're going for their 4th straight Olympic medal, gold medal, and they were bitching that they don't get the attention and sponsorship. And so one man came to the rescue.
Yeah, Flava Flav.
Flava Flav. Yeah, he's the official sponsor now of the women's water polo team.
I guess they reached out to him or something on Instagram, and he responded. And he was like, "You know what?
I'll do it.
I'm a fan.
Let's
and
go.
Guess what? I'm coming to Paris." I don't know if he knows anything about water polo.
I
but
don't think he does.
He's their hype man, and they said he's still touring. Did you know that guy's still out there touring?
But he doesn't rap.
30. Yes, he does.
I thought
37 years later, he's on tour.
He never once rapped for.
Well, I don't know what he does. Maybe he tells stories.
Public Enemy. He just would.
He's the ad lib guy.
He would talk.
He's the clock guy.
And then go, and then he would say, "Yeah, boy." He was a hype man. He didn't rap. That was Chuck D.
Hey, I just saw Tone Loc, Vanilla Ice, and Sugar Hill Gang. They're still going, so why can't he?
Because I don't think he raps.
Did you pay money for that?
I paid money to camp.
What?
They were not the headliners. They were just a part of the show.
Who was the headliner? The
Thomas
Montana
Rhett.
Boys?
Thomas Rhett and Dustin Lynch. I saw a lot of Montana Boys.
Is that out at the Gorge?
Pendleton. It was the Pendleton Whiskey Fest.
Oh, yeah.
I think Will's dream is to be one of the Montana Boys.
Vanilla Ice was in Pendleton?
Boy, that sounds something.
Oh, my God. Shohei just hit a
monster
freaking
shot.
That's still going. Good grief. 3-0.
Yeah,
NL.
that was definitely one of those ones where he just stood and looked at it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who'd he hit that off of?
That was a monster blast. Turns out that Shohei Ohtani guy, good at baseball.
Vanilla Ice in Pendleton. Do you think, wouldn't it be cool if you were just out drinking in Pendleton and you ran into Vanilla Ice?
No.
Why not?
What would I say to Vanilla? I don't know.
He gave a very impassioned speech about how we need to come together as a country, and none of us understood because all of our phones were dead.
Oh.
And then we learned on Sunday what had happened.
Did Vanilla Ice do
What do you mean? Wait. None of you understood because your phones were dead?
Yeah, we didn't know
you
that.
You can't listen?
No. He was doing a thing about Trump being shot, and we didn't know that Trump had been shot because he didn't say Trump had been shot. He was just we as a country can't be divided.
And you're like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
It's like, okay, Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla Ice was going to bring us all together.
Well, he's not.
Did he do the ninja rap from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: Secret of the Ooze?
Probably. I'm not going to be able to claim that I know that
hope
one.
He did.
Because this is going to be a controversial statement. Vanilla Ice's best work is indeed the Ninja Turtle rap from Ninja Turtles 2: Secret of the Ooze. Way better than anything he did, which really the only thing he ever did was Ice Ice Baby. I don't think he had anything else.
I just watched a documentary. Have you seen that documentary that's out there on Netflix on the Gorge Amphitheater?
I have not.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. It's a great venue.
I've never been there.
It is a great venue.
But now I want to go after watching that.
Yeah. I saw Dave Matthews there, and while I don't really care about Dave Matthews, I was like, yeah, that's a cool place.
Well, they're saying that in there they talk about Dave because Dave's like he's like the guy.
He's the guy. He comes out there.
He
and
loves playing
It's
there.
a big deal.
And they said that they talked to some Dave Matthews fans who like go to all of his shows, and they said that no show is better than the show at the amphitheater in the Gorge. It's just there's something about that place.
Well, at least out here, as far as like
but it has a cool history.
It's got. I'm sure it does. When did it?
Well, it was like in the 70s, I think. It was a winery, and they
Still
just
is in parts.
And they just started. The owners of it just started like they put up a stage and they had little live music out there, but it just grew into like this huge thing where all these bands come from all over to play there.
Well, I mean, it's kind of become out here like Red Rocks. If you've never been, Red Rocks is the best place I've ever seen a concert, and you go as much to see Red Rocks as you do to see the act. It's like whether you really love the band or not, like you should go to Red Rocks. And the Gorge Amphitheater has become a West Coast Red Rocks. You like if someone says, "Hey, we should go," and you've never been, even if you don't love that band, I'm telling you, go to it. It's I don't know, it's a second performer.
So have you seen anybody else there besides Dave Matthews?
I've seen 3 or 4 different acts over the years that are. Dave Matthews was the most prominent one that I've seen out there. I saw Jack Johnson play out there, and I like Jack Johnson. Back in the day, I saw a festival out there where I mean, this was a long time ago. 311 played in that one. That was more
good
of like
band.
Yeah, 311 was nice, and
they have a couple different festivals out there.
I'm trying to think of the other. And then I saw a country music festival out there.
That'd be Watershed.
Yeah.
Is that Watershed? And I think Eric Church was the headliner, if I'm not mistaken.
He would have been one of the days. Watershed is like their big one. They do a lot of EDM stuff. They used to hire us as security guards back in college. A lot of great shows. I watched at a Dave Matthews concert. Someone went full Stone Cold Steve Austin and hit another man with a chair in the face. It's great.
Fantastic. Yeah, so they have an EDM festival.
They have like 3.
And a country festival, like 2 of the major ones.
Yeah.
And they said the beauty of that venue is that they talk to all the EDM people that come from all over to go to that festival, and they have no idea that it's also one of the biggest country festivals.
Yeah,
it's like people just think it's only for them.
Yeah.
But it's for everybody. They have all kinds of bands and acts roll through there.
That's cool. I didn't know that we had a documentary on Netflix. I'll have to check it out. And I love how we went from Olympics to the Gorge and Vanilla Ice.
Well, that tells you how much.
Go Ninja, go Ninja. If you don't know, you should really look that up.
I saw Sir Mix-a-Lot at the Gorge.
Also, the start of Jason Mraz at the Gorge. Seriously.
That's what launched Jason Mraz into whatever level of stardom that he has.
It's in the doc. Mraz loves the Gorge because he was out there playing a side stage. Like when he was first getting started, he said there were like 20 people watching his show, and he's just up there strumming his guitar.
Okay.
And Dave Matthews came up there because he was just hanging out.
Yeah.
All barefoot and everything.
I think Dave Matthews has a house there. I think he just lives like under the stage like a hobbit.
So then Matthews started playing on his stage before Matthews' show, which was later that night. And then like hundreds of people are sitting there watching Dave. And then Dave turns it back over to Mraz, and all of a sudden Mraz blows up.
Well, there you go. Next thing you know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing that we launched Jason Mraz?
I can't answer that.
How many guys bought a fedora because they wanted to be Jason Mraz?
Well, look, he's not my thing, but
I'm sure people love him.
I'm sure he's good.
Vancouver Fort Text Line. My wife saw Tom Petty there. Still says the best show she's ever been to. That would be kick-ass.
Yeah,
saw Tom Petty many times. Great show. Second concert I ever went to, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, and I'm bummed. That would have been a great show to see him at in the Gorge.
One of the first big shows. I'll just let you watch the documentary, but one of the first big shows that they got that really kind of set them, that kind of put the wheels in motion was Bob Dylan played out there way back in the day.
Back when Bob Dylan was good.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's just,
don't go see Bob Dylan.
Big time songwriter, and
don't do it.
He was out there playing.
I'm warning you right now. You pay your money to see Bob Dylan. Be prepared to be pissed off.
All right, Club 1080 is next on The Fan.
Are you thinking about getting a new
Kick the ball, you little bitch. Resourceful little bitch. I'm gonna kick your ass, you little bitch. Pop me up over there, bitch. You freaking bitch. Nice to have you along. I wish you could have been here during the break where Will Ortner asked Suk this question. He said, "Why are you this way?" Which I thought was great. Suk was poo-pooing the Luke Bryan concert.
It was pretty good, dude.
And then Will said Darius Rucker.
It's not getting any better.
And Suk was like,
You're a hater of Hootie.
And then he poo-pooed another show, and then finally Will was just like, "Why are you this way?" Which is a great question.
Why do I hate really bad bro
Why
country?
are you the way you are?
No, why do you just hate fun? Like, you come into the gym every day, he's always looking at what I'm wearing. Oh, dude, is that your jersey number? Oh, can I get your autograph? He always finds a way to be
He's obnoxious.
Will's a little self-conscious about wearing all his Central Washington gear with his number on it.
No, at this point, I'm just going to continue to do it. I refuse to buy new things.
Good times.
In other Luke Bryan news, has anybody ever seen Luke Bryan and Jason Aldean in the same room? I believe that they're the same guy.
I think it's like
and maybe Jake Owen.
I think it's more like if Luke Bryan developed like an eating problem and got fat, you'd have Jason Aldean.
Oh, is one of them fat?
Yeah, Aldean's fat.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, what about? I'm just saying, like they all sound.
They
like
are all that. They're
Jake
exactly
Owen, Dierks Bentley, Luke Bryan,
and not one of them.
Jason Aldean,
and not one of them has ever written a song in their life. It's just they're just cosplayers up there. They throw on a belt buckle and a hat, and then people are like, "Yeah, country music."
Eric Church.
I do like Eric Church.
Blake Shelton.
Eric Church actually is a real artist, at least.
Billy Currington. Trace Adkins. They're all the same.
Trace Adkins.
Billy Currington looks a lot like Dierks Bentley.
I mean, seriously, dude, you could send me to a Luke Bryant show and Billy Currington could come out and I would have just as I'd be like, this is great.
I love country music in that most of the country music is written by like 4 dudes. One of them's like Swedish, by the way. And they find someone that's dumb enough to be like, sure, I'll be this. And then they just like, here, you get these songs. And then the record industry decides that you're going to be popular. It's just awful music for the most part. But then you get guys like Chris Stapleton and
Florida Georgia Line.
Georgia Line.
Zach Bryan's pretty good.
Yeah, Zach Bryan's good. Again,
Tyler Childers.
Actual people that are musicians, as opposed to Luke Bryan, who, again, sings about shake your moneymaker. There's a truck.
No, it's country girls. Shake it for me, sir.
Why are you this way?
He lives on a farm, he said so. I watched a podcast.
Am I bugging you, Ron?
Oh, good times. Good times.
I just love that. Why are you this way?
It's a good question. 46 years, it's not changing now.
We'll never know.
I know.
I can change you.
I feel bad. I think I broke Schultze the other day.
Again?
Yeah, I guess he was pretty sore in the morning after. He was going.
Did you guys sleep together?
He was going on a rant on Dirt and Sprague.
Oh.
I think I broke him.
What'd you break him over?
What'd you do?
Ducks?
You bully him to death?
Oh, just at the golf tournament.
Sunglasses?
Yeah. Apparently I should apologize. I won't, but I probably should.
What'd you say?
Oh, I don't know.
I think you do.
Why are you this way?
It's a good question.
That's the new question of the century, right?
I think the BTJ probably asked that question on a daily basis. Why are you? In fact, she may have asked that this morning. Why are you this way? I think I do get asked that quite a bit. And you know what? When I come up with an answer, I'll let you know.
Huh? Don't you go to therapy?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Aren't they helping you find out why you're this way?
Yeah, within reason.
Isn't that what they're supposed to do?
I'll go to my therapist and be like, hey, let's put some stuff aside. We got some new issues that we got to deal with. Why am I this way?
Why am I this way?
Why am I this way?
All right, we got to get back on track here.
Do we?
No, actually, we don't.
Good.
I've got the surprising state with the worst quality of life.
The one where Luke Bryan is the most popular.
I'm going to give you 3 guesses.
Honky tonk badonkadonk.
And if you don't get it, you will be exiled. That's next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
Off of crime rates, healthcare, air quality, child care when determining quality of life in each state, okay? So take those things into account.
It's going to be surprising, so it's not.
It is, yeah.
So I mean, the standard ones are usually like Mississippi and like Alabama are always like the poorest states. Arkansas does really bad.
Correct. Louisiana is 8th on the list. but Mississippi and what else did you say?
Well, it's usually like Mississippi, it's Arkansas, it's Alabama, it's places like that.
Arkansas is 5th.
It's the Deep South.
And Alabama is 3rd.
Yeah. It's always, the Deep South just does poorly.
But Louisiana is not on the top. Oh, I'm sorry, not Louisiana, but Mississippi is not in the top 10.
Okay.
So the state that is number 1, poorest quality of life, has the highest percentage of people without health insurance. 22% of the state does not have health insurance. It also has the lowest primary care provider to patient ratio in the country, with 182 primary care providers per 100,000 resis.
So it's going to be a rural Republican state.
They have one of the lowest primary care physician to patient ratios, 64.4% to 100,000.
I'm just thinking. I mean, again, it'll be surprising. I'll go like Arizona.
Arizona is 10th in terms of poor quality of life, so not great. This is also something that they put into quality of life. They have few legal protections against discrimination and worker protection policies.
Yeah, so again,
that contributes to low quality of life.
So again, it's just going to be it's going to be a Republican stand on your own 2 feet sort of state, and people fall through the cracks. So that'd be like, I'm trying to think of what's super red, like Iowa or something. Something in the Midwest, Iowa, Indiana.
The state with the poorest quality of life is Texas.
Boy, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have gone Texas.
How about that?
Really?
Yeah. But you're right, you're on the right track. It's like, it's like, hey, pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't
Texas.
really work for a lot of people. But
you want to talk about like an interesting narrative, because obviously the Elon Musks of the world and the Joe Rogans will tell you that Texas is the greatest thing in the world, and everyone's
they like the freedoms.
They do love the freedoms.
Rich guys like the freedoms, but ask the poor people of Texas how it's going. Healthcare there sucks.
I just would have. We were going to be a while before I got to Texas.
Apparently, they have. It says 19% of Texas has some sort of medical debt. 6% points higher than the national average, and 17 points higher than the state with the lowest percentage of residents with medical debt.
Huh. Boy, that's
a lot of them don't have insurance.
Yeah, that's rough. That is that's surprising.
Texas 1, Indiana 2, Alabama 3.
Oh, there you go. Indiana was a guess of mine, somewhere in the Midwest. Is it Iowa, Indiana? Indiana's 2, huh?
Yeah.
Home of the great Mike Pence.
Oklahoma 4, Arkansas 5. Followed by Tennessee, Missouri, Louisiana, Kansas, and Arizona.
Well, again, I think this all kind of follows a pattern of, again, the very red, pull yourself up by the bootstraps and, deal with your own crap.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue in Kansas these days, though.
Well,
they have a blue governor.
Well, more and more. I mean, Louisiana has a blue governor, too, if I'm not mistaken.
Do they?
Yeah, I think it's a Democratic governor. Well, and more, like, this is the morons that are like, oh, Civil War. Where do you want the line drawn, jackass? Because even in these big states, it's just the cities are blue and the rest of it is red. So there is no line. I mean, Oregon's the best example of this. Portland is as liberal as you can get, but if you go 2 hours outside of Portland, where the hell are you at? Have you been to the rest of the state? I mean, for God's sakes, you go to Eastern Oregon, you might as well be in Wyoming. I mean, this whole greater Idaho movement.
It was pretty red in Pendleton.
Yes.
Pretty red.
Dude, I went to Richland for the crab feed. Trust me, there ain't no Democrats out there. No one's going out there and starting a transgender movement. I can assure you of that.
Yeah,
and that's
Texas.
the same thing in Georgia, in Atlanta. And this is just the way it is. It's becoming blue cities and red suburbs and country.
Well, Texas is weird because you got Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool city.
Yeah.
A lot going on, I guess.
Yeah.
Houston, a lot of business.
Well, and even Texas,
But most of it is really, really rural.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people live rurally there, and it's just kind of crappy.
Well, yeah, and again, even a lot of the cities in Texas, I mean, places like Austin and stuff are becoming more purple. Well, and like in that Arizona recently flipped, and that's considered a purple state. You're getting more and more of the battleground states because we're becoming less. It's becoming harder and harder to just simply say, hey, this state's red, this state's blue. I mean, there's some gimmies. Again, Oregon, Utah, places like that.
Well,
but
it's really just rural versus
Yes.
city.
Yes.
Is more the line of demarcation there.
Yeah, we still have a bunch of morons that want to have. I love how like the Civil War has become like a thing that certain people are like aiming for. Cool. That's just talk about how dumb we are, and that we haven't had anything happen on our soil in a long time, so that people have any idea of what that might actually look like.
I have a question about Ingrid Andress.
Old rehab Ingress, right? That's the gal.
Well, her name's Ingrid.
Ingrid.
Not Ingress.
Ingrid. Yeah.
Her name is Ingrid Andress.
Yeah.
And she's the hot who was out there doing the national anthem for the All-Star game.
Wasn't good.
No, it was bad. As a matter of fact, can you pull it up, Will? I think it's in the system.
It was rough.
Play a little bit of it. We don't have to play all of it, but just to give people a taste if they didn't hear it. She
was housed.
She came out today and said she was drunk.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been thinking about this.
Does drunk make you sing like that?
Shouldn't a professional be able to sing better even if they're drunk?
I had this exact same thought because I once saw Tim McGraw, speaking of bad country.
Yeah.
I saw Tim McGraw, who was S-faced, damn near fell off the stage at the Clark County Amphitheater. Boy, he was housed. I'm not gonna lie, though. I mean, you know, he sounded fine. He was slurring like when he was talking to the crowd, but when it came to actually performing, Tim held it together. You know, I've seen Eddie Vedder play a bunch of times, and he drinks an entire bottle of wine, and he goes out there and belts out Better Man. I'm with you on that. I thought this was a little weird that she did the I was drunk, because she wasn't fall down drunk. She appeared fine.
She didn't look good.
Does that cause
Still,
this?
If you're a really good like you're a professional.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're drunk.
You got to hold it together.
Here's what it sounded like. I think.
With broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs burst.
All right, so that's all you need to hear. It was bad.
It is interesting in that if...
Do you think she thought she was killing it?
I assume that there was some sort of technical problem because, again, I stand by the statement. If being drunk or screwed up on pills made you sing like that, there would be no rock and roll. Are you aware of the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s? It's music. Half the bands I probably go and see are absolutely tanked. And
yeah, like Luke Bryan's always wasted up there.
He drank a lot on that show.
Yeah, see, he has to be to sing that bad.
How can you? I'm with you on this. Something, you know.
It's weird. It's like, I was drunk. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, like you said, all rock stars are wasted.
I would assume so.
I'd be pissed if they weren't.
Well, yeah, look, you need some creativity in the music world. So, you know, that's where all that comes from.
Well, she said she's going to rehab now.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, I don't know.
She's been nominated for 4 Grammys.
Does that say something about the world of country music that she's nominated for Grammys?
You were complaining about people who don't write. She's a writer.
Oh, well, you know.
Oh, she does write her own.
Then at least I've got some.
That's good.
I've got some.
Now
respect
you
for
can listen to her since you have those parameters for your country music.
Why are you this way?
that I like people that have talent.
Why are you generally this way?
Spit all that night.
Blame my family.
Yeah, it's usually where it comes from.
Yeah, pretty much. I regret nothing.
I have AI news.
Waiting.
Well, we have to break. But what if AI... Well, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of what ifs about AI.
Certainly.
Like, what if AI could do this, or could tell you this, or do this? Yeah. What if AI could decode what your dog's bark means?
Ooh. I like you.
What do you think about that?
I like you. And that's a public service announcement that I think is relevant that we should.
About doggies?
No. Just in general. Something happened today again, and it just...
Oh, boy.
Made me think of, well, not in my life.
Right in the butt?
Oh.
In general. And
Oh, in the news?
In the news. And there just should be, we need more public service announcements about this. Because it keeps happening, and it kind of amazes me that it does, that we haven't figured this out yet.
You can play with yourself.
That you can.
All right. Those items are coming up next, but first, Will with SportsCenter.
This is an Open Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. On 1080, The Fan.
Double sun power!
Got some AI news here for you. We're all scared of AI, right?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean,
I'm not really, but a lot of people are. fear-based people.
And so far, it's produced a lot of deep fake nudes. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get the concerns, but
I think people get concerned about a lot of things that, to be honest with you, on a day-to-day basis, probably don't have a huge impact on your life. But
well, this could, down the road. It's just that why worry about something that you have no idea the outcome?
Exactly.
Like, you're twisting yourself into knots over something that you're wasting brain power.
Exactly. You can't stop AI from coming.
Calm down.
It
doesn't mean that AI is going to be so bad that robots come and
probably
touch your testicles.
Hey, who says I don't want a robot to? Have you seen some of the sex bots they got? I mean, come on.
I mean, it's just people just always think the worst case scenario, and it's just it's obnoxious.
Because it usually is the worst case
It
scenario.
is not. God, it's never as bad as people say.
Usually not. No.
So this is from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Hey, all right.
Scientists are developing tools to distinguish whether a dog's bark shows playfulness or aggression. They also want to gather information from the dog's vocalization, such as its age, breed, and sex. By using speech processing models initially trained on human speech, their research opens a new window into how we can leverage what we built so far in speech processing to start understanding the nuances of dogs' barks.
See, while this is pretty cool, who can't tell if a dog's bark is aggressive or not? That's pretty easy to figure out if a dog's barking at you, if the dog is upset or not.
I don't think a lot of dog owners are in tune with dog cues. I don't think. I mean, if you've ever watched like any of those dog training shows and stuff, like you learn a lot from that about
absolutely.
just little things to look for in your dog that is saying something that you may like. Our dog Molly, Two Poops, Molly Tengies. She likes to lick. And my wife's like, oh, the kisses. I'm like, yeah, that's not what she's doing.
No.
Okay.
That is true. If you could have a machine that told me what my dog was, I guess you can't say what they were thinking, but whether my dog was nervous, happy, sad, scared, whatever, I would 100%. I would 100% buy that.
It would be super cool.
That would be great.
It says researchers studied vocalizations from 74 dogs, all in different contexts. The study found that AI models originally trained on human speech can be used to train new systems that target animal communication.
That is fantastic. I'm all about this.
So they said that the sounds and patterns originating from human speech can form the basis for examining and comprehending the acoustic patterns of other sounds, including dogs' vocalizations. However, developing AI to analyze animal vocalizations is hindered by the lack of publicly available data.
Well, I wonder. I mean, is each dog? I mean, I don't know.
It's just hard
to.
They don't have all dogs on tape.
Yeah. Well, and like my dog doesn't really bark. It's more of a silent breed. So you got to read a lot of his body cues. But for the most part, if you pay attention to a dog's ears, tails, they'll kind of let you know what's going on.
Yeah, for sure.
But, and you got to do a little research into it and kind of figure out what,
But I just don't think a lot of people are in tune with a lot of that.
No, because I think a lot of people are lazy, and I know that what happens a lot is you take human emotions and you put it on the dog.
Exactly.
And the dog's not human. Like you said, like if the dog is licking you, that doesn't necessarily mean kisses.
And the dog's panting, it doesn't mean that it's so happy because it's smiling.
Yes.
It's freaking, in the case of Frank, the little...
It was dying.
It was dying.
Yeah.
The little dog we talked about on In the News, the French Bulldog.
Little research goes a long way. I never had an Akita before, so we went on a deep dive into Akitas. Which is also, too, why I like talking to, I like dogs from breeders, because... you can talk to a breeder that's handled that breed of dog for a long time, and I like kind of have an idea. I know mutts are great, but I like having an idea of what I'm dealing with. Hey, these are kind of traits that you need to look out for, and it's kind of enjoy that. But yes, I've always thought that the day that we could do the baby monitor language and like the animal monitor language, now we're living in some kick-ass futures.
Yeah,
it'd be sweet, like when you're. Because that was always, I went on my rant about parenting earlier, but one of the frustrating parts about having a young baby, and it's why, everyone always said that the terrible twos, I did not mind dealing with a 2, 3, or 4-year-old because they could communicate with me. I struggled with the brand new baby. because it's just a guesswork game. They're pissed. All right, you got to go down like a checklist. It's like, did you poop? Did you pee? Are you hungry? Do you have to burp? That's the hard part, is you don't know. Once the kid's able to communicate with me, I'm like, all right, this is what we're dealing with. Let's see if we can work our way around it. So if you could have a baby monitor or the animal monitor, I think that'd be kick-ass. Like if your dog could bark and then there was like a voice box that's like, the mailman's trying to kill me. You're like, all right. Someone's at the door, I smell something. Like that and I know that that's not what this is, but how cool would that be if you could actually hear what your dog is trying to emote.
Well, not only that, but it would be cool to be able to understand what they're smelling. Like, their noses.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
Dude, it's unbelievable what those little things can smell.
Yes.
And you see their little nose twitching.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be cool if you just had a little app that said, it's picking up the stinky homeless guy 3 blocks away.
Or there's a fine bitch that was just here
Yeah.
and your boy's checking it out.
I smell that.
Yeah, that was the other one I used to always like when I would take the dog on a walk. You're like, dude, quit sniffing everything. And then I read a thing saying that
that's their life.
That is their whole life. That would be the equivalent of you walking through a building with 100 of your favorite smells and then telling you not to stop.
You can't eat anything, you can't smell anything, and you can't talk to anybody.
So,
so let your dog sniff. Sniff around. That's like we call it in our life, in our household, we call it with Molly Tenji's. She has to go read her P-mails.
Yeah.
She goes out there and she reads them, and then oftentimes she replies to them by peeing all over them.
It's always good. Yeah.
And that is a thing. It's a huge thing for them.
Yes.
Don't deny that.
Yes.
In your doggies.
Do the Ted Lasso. Live your life.
All right, so you have a public service announcement for us?
Yeah. I just, and I know we just recently had something happen that was very shocking. We had the assassination attempt. And it amazes me how many people, seemingly smart people, seemingly very successful people, throw it all away over absolutely nothing. So did you see that Tenacious D is done? Jack Black fired.
I did see that.
Kyle, is it Kyle Gass?
I just have always known him as the other guy.
The other guy, Kyle.
Yeah.
He is Jack Black canceled the Tenacious D tour. He is suspending all future Tenacious D projects. And Kyle Gass, I believe is his name, the talent agency fired him as well. Because this idiot in Australia thought it was a wise idea to go on stage and ad-lib after the assassination attempt. They were just doing a bit, and Jack Black, it was Kyle's birthday, and Jack Black was like, make a wish for your birthday. And his response to a crowd of thousands was, next time don't miss Trump. Like, you thought that was hilarious. Like that, really? And we see it all over now, all over Twitter now. We've got teachers and we've got firefighters and we got all these sorts of people that are getting fired left and right because they felt the need to pick up their phone and then tweet out that they wish that he indeed had had his head blown off. In this, anytime we have some sort of tragedy, we should have an app. We should have an app that when something bad happens, your phone recognizes an AI and it locks your phone for like 12 hours. And you're not allowed to use it. You're not allowed to disseminate any sort of information unless you solve like a complex puzzle. Or at like 7 times it gives you one of the, are you sure about that? And you're like, yes. You sure about that? Yes. No, really, you should probably think about that. Yes.
That's a good app.
It really, that is a $1 billion idea, and we just call it the dumbass knee-jerk reaction. How many people out there have had their lives forever changed, and in the case of some people, ruined, simply because you felt the need to pick up your phone and tweet out to your 19 followers that you wish that someone got their head blown off on live television? How dumb can you be? And yet the answer to that question, every time we have something controversial or tragic happen, is how dumb can you be? Apparently, all the dumbs. Blows my mind.
Yeah, people are, they're pretty self-destructive,
It's unbelievable. That Tenacious D guy isn't very talented.
What's his name?
I think it's Kyle Gass.
You're right, Kyle Gass.
Kyle Gass. And I like Tenacious D. They're fun. The Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny, whatever. And Jack Black is a he's a Democrat. He stumps for Biden and all that. And I get it. You have a political leaning, but really you are the luckiest son of a bitch on the planet in that you just teamed up with Jack Black and you've made a nice little career. Probably made some good money, $2 million off of doing some funny, stupid songs, and you are now gone, canceled, toxic. You will not work again. And he tried to apologize today. Done. Finished. All because you felt the need when someone asked you on stage, hey, what do you want for your birthday? What's your birthday wish? I want the former president, probably the next president, to be dead. And I get you don't like him, but how? You threw it all away. That guy is going to be sitting there years from now, watching his bank account dwindle and his fame just gone, and think all because of a birthday wish on a stage. It's just stunning to me. And at least that guy's got some money. I'm seeing left and right people that just are working normal jobs, people that need their jobs, that are getting canned left and right because they're going on their own TikToks, they're going on their own Instagrams and posting, oh, we almost had him. Just one more inch and life would be great. Stunning. And what happens to any of you dumbasses that have that happen to them, you deserve it because it's your own fault. And it's not cancel culture. It's just you. You're that dumb. I just blows my mind. This is my public service announcement.
Don't say stupid stuff.
Don't say next time something
Remember that, Ortner.
Next time something really bad happens and you go to pick up your phone, just put it. I have this. There's times something will happen in sports or I usually not political stuff, but sometimes something will happen. There'll be like, whether it's a Joe Paterno thing or, something awful. And for a brief moment, I'll see something. I'm like, I should have reacted to that. I'm like, you know what? Nope. I'm just going to go ahead and put that right over there and keep working.
The simple one is, would this embarrass your family? Like, whenever I left the house, that was always like one of the things my parents used to say. It's like, would my mom look at this and be a little embarrassed? Maybe don't say it. Pretty simple.
Maybe don't wish people to have their head blown off too. That's just safe to assume. Although I will say one of the benefits about being on the far right side, you can say whatever you want, no one cares. Like, yeah, but when you're in the middle or on the left, you will go down in a flaming ball, and you deserve it.
You've hosted a radio show for many, many years.
20 years.
Is there something that you said at any point that you still think about that you shouldn't have said or you regret saying?
Sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Like something specific? Or just generally? Because I could say generally, of course, there are things I want back.
Yeah.
There's always going to be when you're
Sure.
just spitting in here.
Yeah.
But I can't think of anything specific. Can you think of something like that you're just like, wow, I said that and I can't believe I said that and I shouldn't have said that?
Oh. Specifically where like...
because we've offended a lot of people.
We've offended a lot of people.
But some of it's not offensive. It's just...
Yeah.
Some people just get a little butthurt.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess something that I truly regret would be, and I'd have to go back, if I ever really hurt someone's feelings bad.
Schultze.
Yeah. I do kind of feel bad about that. Because my way, and Will like, why are you this way?
Great line. Line of the day.
That is line of the day.
Glad to contribute.
And Rob knows this well. I'm a natural picker. Can't help it. I suppose I could help it, but at this point, it's just not. I tease, I kid. It's always been my way. It was how I was brought up, and I do. I actually believe in it. I say I hate bullies. Can't stand them. I love this. I will stand up for anyone that is getting bullied, and yet a lot of my stuff, some people would be like, "Oh, you're a bully." I've never or would never want to do something that I felt would really hurt someone's feelings. But at the same time, I am a picker. So I would say, what would I regret? Anything that I ever said that really did bother someone and really hurt their feelings, there's nothing I've ever said on air that was meant to actually hurt someone. And so there's a few things that I could kind of remember and be like, yeah, I remember someone being like, dude, that one stung, and immediately I would apologize for that. But nothing like that. I don't think I've ever said anything about someone dying or some sort of tragedy or anything like that. No, I don't think I've had anything quite like that.
Yeah. I remember I said I called. Was it Sandy? Hurricane Sandy?
It was the one back in New York.
Yeah, I think it was Sandy.
Is it Sandy? I don't remember the name of it, but I do remember that. I know what you're.
Well, I called the coverage East Coast bias.
Yes.
Because, well, I thought it was East Coast bias.
Yeah, it seemed to be a little over the top.
Oh, it was not.
What?
My comment.
No, the coverage.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
That. Like they were making
Totally
they were making it out to be like the end of the world.
Yeah. And it's like, hey, if that's happening out west, they're not even covering it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But mighty New York City.
Yes.
Well, then someone died, and
yeah. No,
it's like the only time we've been reprimanded, or I've been reprimanded. For that.
Yeah.
I've said way worse than that.
Oh, 100%. I would say that most of my stuff would be unintentional harm. I try not to intentionally inflict harm on anybody. But, when you got 4 hours, you're going to say stuff that pisses people off. But then there's other times where people have said that they were upset with me, and I got upset that they were upset. Like how, like I don't like when someone comes at me with a soft BS, you hurt my feelings and it's beyond ridiculous. There's one or two of those that I can think of. I don't need to necessarily stir the pot, but there was a radio host that wants to reach out to me and got on my chops about something I said, and boy, I came back at him with a flamethrower.
You mean like Pivo?
Yeah, the Pivo. Well, that's one.
Am I bugging you, Ron?
Yeah, like he had the nerve to come on and try to, call us out and get all pissy.
Well, no, he called me.
Yeah, like that crap. Like that's.
He yelled at me.
Yeah, you can get bent. No, there was a radio host up north that took umbrage with something that I said.
Oh, softy.
And I fired back and told him where he could go put it.
People just sense you. That's not on. I don't know. You spitball. I was telling this to the kids the other day. I think I made a Hitler joke.
Ooh, yeah.
No, I did.
Yeah. Tough.
And then I had to. They were like, ooh. They looked at me like, ooh, dude.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. And I walk it back instantly. And I'm like, look, I'm a radio host. When you're really firing, you're just firing. You're shooting.
Mm-hmm.
You shoot your shot.
Yeah.
And sometimes you say dumb stuff because of that.
Yes.
Because you don't really filter all that much.
Yeah.
Or if you do, it's quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that leads to some regrettable commentary sometimes.
Well, I remember once I was listening.
But we are no Kyle Gass.
No. I've never said anything like that and wished harm on anyone like that. But I remember once I was listening to Howard Stern, and I think he was talking about Robin Williams when he died. And I guess he had an interview with Robin Williams years ago, and Stern was an ass to him. And Stern has said, I was an ass to a lot of people. And he said, Williams never forgave him, and he never really got a chance to apologize. And he said that really hurt him. So that would be like mine.
Don't treat people like an ass.
Exactly. But, hey, man, sometimes.
Or don't be an ass.
But I guess as you get older and you realize some of those things, and if you don't get a chance to apologize and make amends with people, that would stink. Dude, I'm the first one to admit I have treated a lot of people like crap over my life, and I'd like to think that I've apologized or would, given the opportunity to anybody.
I see a man walk in there that you need to apologize to right now.
Is that little Schulte?
Are you going to apologize about making fun of me at the gym?
No, not at all.
Good, you shouldn't. I'm going to sign your forehead.
Son of a bitch.
There's people like Will that I will not apologize to, because Will can take it.
I'm going to bring a Sharpie next time. Sign your forehead.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now
Right, okay.
On 1080, The Fan.
Double sun power!
You'll be happy to know that in the break, I've turned over a new leaf, and I'm going to be a completely different
No,
human being.
you haven't. You're a son of a
Except to Will.
bitch.
I'm going to keep making fun of Will and Joe.
You're obnoxious.
But I'm going to be nice to Schulte.
I'm not scared of you,
should
old
be
man.
nice to Schulte.
I am going to be nice to Schulte.
You should apologize to him.
I am.
He's sitting right there. He's
I
listening
am.
to the show. Will you apologize to Jordan Schulte?
I am sorry. And you know what? I'm going to take you on a shopping spree to the Home Depot.
Schulte,
you
jump
and me.
on there. Jump on the mic. He just apologized to you live on the radio.
That's right.
Thousands are listening.
We're going to
Maybe
Home Depot,
even millions.
and we're going to buy you some lumber, and then we're going to go build a deck together.
Let's do it.
That's
Let's do
what
it.
we're
And
gonna
then we'll
do.
get some wine coolers.
Yes.
What's the drink of your neighbor's choice?
Yes, we're going to be drinking. This has nothing to do with my neighbor,
That's exactly
Schulte.
what it has
I'm
to
trying
do
to do something nice for him. I'm trying to go buy him some lumber and do something nice, and now Schulte's throw it in my. You try to be nice to people, and this is what
Now,
happens.
Schulte, talk about your feelings. Has Suk made you feel bad?
Honestly, no. I just didn't have comebacks ready for him on Thursday at the Fan Golf Classic. That's literally all. And I just decided, okay, no, I need to come back and actually show that, okay, if my brain were working, this is what I would have said.
If you could stab anyone at the station with an ice pick, who would it be?
Damn it.
No, it's not Suk. It's not you.
Well, it better not be me.
No, well,
I'm great.
What if it was you?
Well, because I want your job,
How'd
right?
how'd that work out for you, Rob? You're taking an ice pick to the eye.
No,
I'm sorry.
He would murder
could
you.
not survive a show with you.
No, wouldn't.
That wouldn't work.
I've done them before, but okay.
Yeah, no, you could.
By the way, the answer to the question.
He's grading. Look
want-
at me.
Yeah.
I've worked with him for 17
that
years.
great.
Look at me.
You look like a president. It's
you
true.
realize,
like 8 years
though,
later, you've
Schulte
aged.
just answered your question, and you don't want to hear it. Who would Schulte stab with an ice pick? It'd be you.
Well, yeah, he wants my job.
He would
I said I
murder
want
you
your
for
job, but
this
I wouldn't.
job.
Listen, let's not deflect here. Do you accept Jason Sukanik's
I accept his
on-air apology for being so mean to you because he's a bully and an ass?
Yes, let's take a shot, bro. I love you. Yes, I appreciate it.
See, I love Schulte.
That didn't sound very sincere.
As Joe shakes his head.
I don't think he liked it.
This was not sincere.
And
That's
like,
what
he's
Joe's
like,
telling
whatever.
me.
I love you. I hate you.
I love you.
I didn't want to
This
kill
is
you.
why I said last time I came on to produce, I was like, yeah, I'm on the fence. Like, you guys love me, you hate me, I don't know.
I love you.
I love you too. I know Suk loves you.
I do love Schulte.
I don't think he does, but
I do.
maybe he'll lay out. Like Joe Fisher's like, yeah, no, he doesn't love you.